Good evening, everyone. I have 7 o'clock. I'll call the meeting to order and ask the city clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Jeff Elshoff.
Here.
Dr. Joel Schroeder.
Here.
Mr. Justin Smith.
Here.
Mr. John Welch.
Present.
Miss Diane Nguyen. You have a quorum, Mayor.
Thank you. This evening, we have Pastor Gary Green from the Gospel Assembly Church in Bel Aire to lead us in prayer.
Thank you for having me. God bless you. It's all that will. Bow our heads. Look to our Heavenly Father. Gracious Heavenly Father, author of life, giver of all good things, we just thank you for another day, another opportunity to serve. We serve you by serving each other. We know that you have placed this honorable mayor and all the councilmen in their positions. So we ask your grace, your wisdom, your light, which is life, and understanding and patience, rest on each and every one of them for the betterment of our community. Your word tells us in all our ways to acknowledge you, and you will direct our paths. This is one of the remaining councils that still start with prayer. They still recognize you, acknowledge you. So I ask, Father, you acknowledge them. Pray for your angels to rest over our honorable mayor, each council member. We pray for your holy angels to watch over our first responders and this community. We ask humbly, forgive us of our sin. May your grace touch us. We pray that this pestilence in our country, you would remove it and keep our community safe from all harm. We're living in a different day. Lawlessness is on the increase. Sin and rebellion is on the increase. But God, we look to you for the Bel Aire community to protect us, watch over us, and guide us. May your light give us patience, understanding, and above all, direction in every decision for Bel Aire. We pray these things in your mighty holy name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Please join me in a pledge of allegiance to the American flag.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, do we have is the monitor on? The monitor.
Broadcasting.
Are we broadcasting? Just need to turn it on. Okay, thank you.
Making sure.
Next item is determine agenda additions. Is there any agenda additions to consider? Hearing none, I'll move on to item 6, the consent agenda. So the consent agenda only contains the minutes of the June 15th City Council meeting.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Smith?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda as listed. I'll second.
A motion from Mr. Smith and a second from Dr. Schroeder. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries 5-0. Item 7A, consideration of an appropriation ordinance 2112 in the amount of $3,018,999.50. So this period is much higher than normal, mostly due to pass-through of bond proceeds of $1,929,000 that went to Security Bank for escrow of refinance bonds. 26,000, almost 27,000 were rebate checks for housing incentives issued several years ago. As development projects move along, there has been an increase in the number of invoices being processed for payment. Lastly, the period includes 2 payroll cycles due to June being 5 weeks. And if you notice that my salary seemed a little high this time, it is not because I got extra money. It's because I did go to the mayor's conference, and that was for the mileage cost to go to the conference. So I'm not getting a raise, if anybody wants to know about that. But I will entertain a motion.
I have a question first. How much longer will these housing incentives last? Do we know?
If I remember right, this is the last year.
All right. I'll make a motion then to approve the appropriations ordinance 21-12 and authorize the mayor to sign.
I'll second.
I have a motion from Mr. Welch and a second from Mr. Smith.
Smith.
Okay. Just a little hard to separate it out sometimes, so thank you. Okay, any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries 5-0. So you did not, you want to abstain?
I don't have an agenda, so I don't know where we're at.
Oh.
What we're putting on or anything else.
I will give you one. Just ignore the red. Oh, okay.
Well, now I've got two.
All right, well, take Jackie's.
I'll take the shoulder.
Okay. So do you want to abstain from voting on this one? So we're okay with 5-0? Okay, thank you. All right. City requested appearances. We have none for this meeting, so we'll move on to citizens' concerns. And I do have a card here from Miss Bonnie Stinson. So Miss Stinson.
Good evening. My name is Bonnie Stinson. I live at 3800 North Harding. And tonight I wanted to bring to council's attention some items that I think are important. The last time you guys met, you approved appropriation ordinance 2111. It wasn't number 2111, it was number 2011. Item B on the agenda tonight is about the rezoning on the lot across from Isley on Woodlawn. And I do think in reading all of the planning commission things, I didn't see anywhere in there they would make provisions for a crosswalk for the kids that would live in that area to Isley School, if that would be appropriate. I know the Catholic school has one across Woodlawn. I would assume you'd want one up there. I also have had the pleasure of picking up my grandchildren from Isley, and there are cars that are lined up on 53rd in a stack. You have a 2-lane road with a turn lane right at Woodlawn, and people are having to go around that turn lane and go around everybody to get past Isley if they want to go down 53rd Street East. And there was one time that cars were stacked up all the way around down onto Woodlawn. So I'm just giving you a preview of what is going on now before that area becomes loaded with residents and children, okay? Dust improvement. I came to council a couple weeks ago and said something about nothing being done in Aurora Park. So a councilman suggested that there had been changes in the aggregate on the road. And I wouldn't know because Public Works has quit giving their staff report. We don't see it anymore. So I don't know what's happened. The last I knew, December 2019, they had talked to Payne Township and was using some kind of conglomeration of what they put together. I do have pictures. I do want to send this to you guys so you can see what's going on. I also invite you to go to next door, look at Fawn Lake. I posted this video that we took pictures of 2 cars coming to an intersection with the dust on the road. And these are cars. These aren't buses. These are not delivery trucks. They're not big trucks, just cars. Last item, the request that I gave you, I asked for you guys the last meeting, was told I couldn't have it. Ty said that I could request it, or anybody really. So I did, I requested it, and I got what I requested at a charge of $5. And I want you to know that Attorney General doesn't suggest that you charge for fees, okay? There's a recommendation you can, but they are not saying you have to, and I've got the opinion from him. And lastly, I want to thank Melissa, our city clerk. She's the best. She's been so, so sweet to me, and I really appreciate her hard work. Okay? And that should do it.
Thank you. On the 53rd issue of the crosswalk for the children, there's a traffic study that's been commissioned with KDOT. I think KDOT's done a traffic study at that intersection and 53rd and Rock. We've not gotten the results of that traffic study yet, but we anticipate it very soon, right? Okay.
I just wanted it on the radar because I really, my kids are living there. I would be like,
Yeah.
You know, I'd be with a sword cost.
Okay, thank you. Any other citizens' concerns this evening? Hearing none, I'll move on to council member reports, and I'll start with Ms. Nguyen.
Pretty much the same at my house.
Okay.
And that takes a lot of my time.
Very good, thank you. Well, not great, but okay, thank you.
No, I get it. It's not great. I will vouch for that too.
All right, thank you. Mr. Wells.
Short couple of observances. The fireworks this 4th I thought were a little more subdued than in the past, but we still have a couple of citizens that seem to think that it's perfectly fine to shoot fireworks all night long on the 3rd, the 4th, and still on the 5th. And I'd like our police department to pay a little more attention to them next year. Batten is coming along. I see they finished almost all the concrete pour and they've opened part of it. And they're doing slurry seal in my neighborhood, which is the last one scheduled. So I assume they're almost done with the slurry seal project. Thank you.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. I did attend the CCUA meeting on the 24th of June. A couple of items from the CCUA meeting. We did approve well rehab as well as the final version of the budget for the year. A notable item was removed from the budget. There was a SCADA upgrade that we thought was going to be needed, that was going to be a significant cost driver for the organization next year. And the new utility manager was able to determine that that wasn't needed and that there was a more cost-effective way to manage that program. And so the budget draft, the final budget that was adopted, was significantly less than the previous copies that we looked at, which was a great improvement and should prevent the potential for a rate hike that was, possible as a result of a big budget item like that. So I was glad to see that come off.
Thank you. Mr. Elsa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just second what Justin said about CCUA. I also attended the last meeting and second what he said. That's all.
Thank you. Dr. Schroeder.
I have no report.
Thank you. So we'll move on to the mayor's report. So I was not able to attend the CCUA this last time, but we did have two representatives here and Mr. David Floyd. Mr. David Floyd attended in my absence, which I do appreciate him doing that. Okay. So I hope everyone had a great Independence Day celebration this past weekend. It was an interesting weekend for me, a busy one for some reason. Okay. So a Public Building Commission did meet on June 17th via Zoom and agreed to sell about $300,000 in land in the Sunflower Commerce Park. So these parcels are along Webb Road. I understand the developer will begin building on one of these parcels in the very near future. I signed these contracts on June 18th and also signed the cancellation of the contract on the land across from City Hall at the request of the developer. So that land is now back on the market. I did attend the Leadership Summit and Kansas Mayor's Conference in Lawrence on June 18th and 19th. So it was a good networking opportunity. Being a short conference, there was a brief list of presentations. One from Holly Hoffman, who, if those who watched TV show Survivor may remember her on that show. Ms. Hoffman spoke about things she learned about leadership from her experiences on Survivor. We also heard from a Dr. Portillo, who is the chair of the Douglas County Commission. And lastly, we heard from Eric Sertorius, the executive director of the League of Kansas Municipalities. Mr. Sertorius talked about the possible uses of funds from the ARPA. He did say, don't get in a big hurry on this, but do take advantage of this free money. Of course, we know it really isn't free because taxpayers' dollars, right? So Bel Aire is getting about $1.2 million for this program. While it can be used for infrastructure, it appears this money cannot be used for roads. So we need to carefully pursue where we use this money, but we have until 2024 to do that. So there's time. I do need to apologize for my report on June 15th. I mistakenly said that Andover gets 100% of its water and sewer treatment from the city of Wichita. I met the mayor of Andover at the mayor's conference, and he said, well, actually, they get 100% of their water from the city of Wichita, but they treat all their sewage themselves. So I apologize for that error. Sedgwick County Association of Cities is meeting on Saturday, July 17th at 8:30 a.m. at the Kansas Aviation Museum. And any city council member that would like to attend should RSVP to our rainwater. Want to see the Kansas Aviation Museum. Okay. So then lastly on the COVID-19, KDHE is now reporting 44.4% of Kansas vaccinated with at least one dose. That's up another 1% from June 15th. Slow progress, but still continues to be encouraging. Sedgwick County now reports a run of 4.5 months of basically flatline positive infections between 2.3 and 5.2%, with July 2nd being 4.3%. So there's been an uptick since June 15th. However, so far it's been within normal noise of data as reported by Sedgwick County. The total count of new cases remains at 20 or less per day since the early part of June, and that hasn't been that low for a long time. So some of the increase in percentage of positive cases is directly attributed to less people being tested. The economist Michael Austin reports that while 75% of new cases have been the Delta variant, so far that has not resulted in an increase in COVID cases, just a shift and change in the type of cases being found. This continues to be very good news. We hope and pray that the flat line continues to eat deep into the future. But it is no time to become complacent. While restrictions are basically non-existent, we should continue to practice frequent hand washing, covering sneezes, and other practices to reduce the spread of germs. So with that, I will ask our city attorney for her report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of items. Most city attorneys are pretty excited about the case, the City of Austin versus Reagan National Advertising of Texas. That's a case that the Supreme Court has agreed to review, and it has to do with sign codes. Generally, under the law has shifted to put more burden on cities trying to protect public safety, aesthetics, and other matters when handling the sign and clutter and other matters when handling signs and what signs are permitted. However, the law has moved in a direction that says that cities cannot look at the content of any sign when determining whether or not it should be approved or not. So without getting into a lot of the legalese, the City of Austin case represents the argument that a lot of cities want to be clarified by the Supreme Court. Well, if we can't look at what the sign says, then how, oh high court, should we write our ordinances so that we can enforce in a way that protects the public safety, aesthetics interests, business interests in having your sign on and off premises? How should we write the language in our ordinances to address that? So cities have struggled with that. We're hoping the Supreme Court will clarify a lot of that confusion through this case, and we anticipate it will be heard somewhere in the next cycle, so sometime before June 2022. And then from there, that might be actually a better time to revise our sign code once this case comes out. Of course, we'll look at it all the time, and if we need to make revisions before, we would. But this case could be really big for giving us that clarity that we need to make sure that we're consistent and respecting the First Amendment rights of our citizens. Also wanted to update you that we are moving along with the animal code, having the county take over our animal code. We've come to terms just recently on the contract. The next step is for the county to have their animal care board review some of our requested changes. Once they do that, then this council will see if the contract is appropriate, if what we have left still achieves what this council wants. And then from there, we should be able to get it done pretty quickly. So those are my two items.
Very good. Are you interested in writing a brief amicus curiae?
Actually, I reviewed the International Municipal Law Association's amicus brief, and it really does cover the concerns that we would have. But I'm happy to do a more detailed presentation at workshop if council would like to present something. I don't know that we could get on to that level, but we could advise a greater body.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Move on to city manager's report.
I have no formal report tonight, Mayor, other than with the holidays, and I took a week's vacation, so I'm playing catch up. And as the mayor knows, I'm running behind on everything. So I apologize, but I hopefully can get caught up this week. So thank you, Mayor.
Great. Glad you had a good vacation. Move on to ordinances, resolutions, and final actions. So item A is consider a resolution adopting a Kansas Homeland Security Region G Hazardous Mitigation Plan. So being part of Kansas Homeland Hazard Mitigation Plan is important for preparedness, as well as being able to receive grant for hazard-related improvements. Cody Charvet, Operations Officer for Sedgwick County Emergency Management, is here to present the plan and answer any questions. Mr. Charvet.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. Nice to be here. I appreciate Ty working so diligently to get me on the agenda because, as I'll mention here in a little bit, we are kind of against a deadline coming up from the state, but we are within it. So let me start with the bad news. Here's the plan. And all its 600 pages of glory. Now the good news, you only have to worry about 4 pages of it, and it's all pretty mild stuff as well. That being said, I want to walk you through a hazard mitigation plan, why we need it, what goes into it, that type of thing. We'll touch briefly, and we can get into as much depth as you'd like about the action items that I laid out at all your stations there, the 4 pages of those. And then we'll talk about what we need from you folks before I leave here tonight. So just to give you a very brief overview of the timeline that brought us to this point, in years past, and the last plan that was put into place was in 2014. In 2014 and 5 years before that and 5 years before that, it was always done one county at a time with the cooperation of all our sub-jurisdictions like Bel Aire, Park City, Valley Center, any taxable district that has an interest in the mitigation plan and being part of it, even private businesses, even the Church of the Resurrection is part of it as well. So the state realized that the individual emergency managers in 105 counties doing this all by themselves, there was a lot of duplicative effort involved in that. And there was a way to realize some time savings, some cost savings and all that. So the state secured some grant money to pay for a vendor to do the master plan. And then still it went down to each individual county to come up with their individual sections of it, their own action items, and for each city and school district and other entity to do that as well. So this all started to come together back in 2018, and Bel Aire did take part of that. That's how we have so many action items for you folks. The plan itself was finalized in 2019 and submitted to FEMA. They have accepted the plan. They have approved the plan. We couldn't not even change the plan if we wanted to. Any changes will have to come in the next revision, which will be 2024. So we needed to then, at that point, even though FEMA has accepted it, we still need to get adoptions from every member that took part in the planning process. And so that's what I'm asking for tonight is an adoption. So we started asking for those adoptions back in 2019. We got maybe a third or 2/5 of the way through it. And then things started to fall apart. Our offices have seen a ridiculous amount of turnover in the planning position. And then, of course, last year was pretty much a lost year for just about everybody thanks to COVID. So we kind of behind on our approvals with those. Well, as I mentioned, the fan is FEMA approved, and the state has said that we need to finish these local adoptions by July 25th. So that's why we've been going around to a lot of councils and talking to them. It mentions that we're part of a region now instead of just an individual county in this plan. You see the 11 counties that are in Region G illustrated there on the board. We're kind of right in the middle of them, obviously. What is the plan itself, and why do we need one? Well, you see up there what a hazard mitigation is. The formal definition of it is when I'm giving presentations, I tell folks we can't stop disasters from happening, but we can take steps beforehand to soften their impact when they do. That's what mitigation is. It's making sure that we've got that plan in place and then codifying it like this. It gives us benchmarks, things that we can look at in one place, one document to see, okay, here's the threats that we identified. What are we going to do to soften their impact if we should see that type of disaster? So it makes good planning sense, and then it also makes good financial sense, because the Robert T. Stafford Act, which is the holy grail, the holy Bible maybe of disaster response at the federal level, it says that if any community, any entity, any taxing authority wants to be eligible for pre-disaster mitigation funds, then you have to have a hazard mitigation plan adopted for your jurisdiction, which is why Church of the Resurrection is on it. They got a safe room out of hazard mitigation funding a few years back. Those hazard mitigation grant program funds, it says up there, and as I've kind of alluded to, it's to soften that impact beforehand. We know that things are coming, so where can we spend our money to better prepare in doing things that are going to help strengthen our community, make our community more resilient? The county as a whole has received about $770,000 in these grant funds since 2014. And since it first began back in 1993, Sedgwick County alone has received about $31.5 million. All of that going into improving infrastructure. And the cost savings that are estimated by FEMA, they say for every dollar that you spend up front in pre-disaster mitigation, you save about $26 in damages further down the road once that disaster hit. So that $31 million times 26, that's a lot of money that we've potentially saved. Here's a real world example of how hazard mitigation funding and grants worked in our favor. If you remember the Halloween flood of 1998, that was a regional flood. A lot of these counties in the same region as this plan were heavily impacted by that. $32 million in total damages across the area, including $4 million in Sedgwick County. Then in 2013, there was another very similar flood in terms of magnitude and in area coverage. But in 2013, the damages for McPherson County, $261,000, Rice County, I'll not read them off there, Kingman, $500,000. Reno County always seems to get hardest hit, $1.5 million. And all of that water that was causing all that damage upstream was flowing towards Sedgwick County. And yet our damages that year, you see it compared to all those others, just $70,000. The previous year, or previous flood had been $4 million. Now we're down to $70,000. And the state was like, how is that possible? Did you really look into this? Did you really ask all the people you needed to? And we said, yeah, here's how it's possible. Hazard mitigation funds. After the 98 floods, we worked with the city of Wichita to secure money to do a mitigation project on the Cowskin Creek drainage basin above Pawnee Prairie Park. And that's where you're standing on Kellogg looking north along Cowskin Creek. That whole area used to be full of trees and debris, and the water wouldn't flow through, and it would act as a natural dam, and it would back up into businesses and houses, and that's how we ended up with that $4 million. So that's how the hazard mitigation worked. And of course, the greatest hazard mitigation project of all time, that's an early photo of the big ditch, that has saved Wichita and the rest of Sedgwick County countless millions and maybe even billions of dollars by now over the years in terms of mitigating the flood threat that we used to face yearly. So those are some classic mitigation projects. Of course, the most popular one, I've already mentioned the school safe room here in town. The folks at USD 259 have put in 90 safe rooms over the last 10 plus years. Some of them were bond funded, but a lot of their safe rooms were funded by having an adoption of the hazard mitigation plan and applying for those grants when they become available. They're not always available, but when they are, in order to be eligible, you have to have this plan. There is one that's active right now. It's not for businesses or cities or anything like that. It's only for residences. Anybody that wants to put in a residential safe room at their home, at their place of dwelling, there are monies available for that, that if you have not started the project, you can apply for a lottery drawing from the state, and they will select certain winners. And we've already been notified. They had their first drawing back on June 20th. They don't expect that they're going to have spent all the money, so there's probably going to be a second drawing. And so anybody in Bel Aire will be eligible to apply for that if A, they have not started the project, because it's new construction projects only, and B, if you guys adopt the plan tonight. Otherwise, they will not be eligible, because that's the first question the state asks. Does your jurisdiction have an adoption in place? If anybody is interested in that, just do an internet search on the word Sunflower Safe Room. That's the name of the grant program, and you can see the rules on there. It's FEMA money, so there's going to be a long list of rules, but it's relatively free money, using that word loosely, as we know. So let's talk real quickly about some things that are in the plan, and I'm not going to get in depth on it. This is kind of the 30,000 feet overview. We're going to talk, there are hazards, there's our vulnerability to these hazards, exposure, how much people how much property, how many people might be affected if there's a worst case scenario happened with one of our hazards. The risk factors in all different kinds of components to it. And there's a formula that we'll talk about here in just a second. And then it's all building towards that last one, risk mitigation. That's what the plan is all about. So its main component in terms of determining what's the highest planning threat is the CPRI, the Calculated Priority Risk Index, which factors in probability, magnitude, warning time, and duration. And then it takes it by a decimal point down here to give us a final score. Well, how do you turn probability into a number that you can take times 0.45, magnitude into a number, and the rest of that? Well, there's a formula for that as well. So this could get really convoluted, but you'll see here that probability, we'll just take it as an example. If it's really unlikely, it gets a 1. If it's occasional, it gets a 2. If it's likely, it gets a 3. If it's highly likely, it gets a 4. Then you take that by the formula times 0.45, and you do that for every one of these numbers. So rather than go through that line by line, let's just do a real world example. This is actually how it worked in the planning process for determining a threat. And we're going to use tornado. All right, so what's the probability of a tornado striking Sedgwick County over the course of this plan, which is 5 years? You can throw 1 and 2 out the window, right? We know that there's almost likely is certainly an easy word, but highly likely is really what we're looking at. Over the course of a 5-year period, 1 tornado and touchdown in Sedgwick County, yeah, that's highly likely. So you take a 4 times the formula, 0.45, and you come up with a score of 1.8 so far. Then we look at magnitude. And again, worst case scenario, over the course of 5 years, negligible, limited, worst case scenario, nope, throw them out. Critical versus catastrophic. Well, we can argue back and forth, and there may have been a little bit of debate at the time. I wasn't actually in the meeting, but I can imagine how the discussion went. All right, worst case scenario is Joplin, is Greensburg, is, things of that nature, doing catastrophic damage, costing lives and millions of dollars in property. And yet at the same time, is a Joplin or a Greensburg really all that likely within a 5-year time frame? They're usually spread out more than that. So they do allow us to do half steps, and that's exactly what they did here. They went halfway between critical and catastrophic, and they gave it a 3.5. Times it to multiplier, and now we're at 1.5 for that. Warning time, I jumped ahead. Well, if we're talking about a high threat tornado day, we know when those are coming sometimes days in advance, but the actual tornado warning itself, we're always going to get less than 6 hours on the individual tornado warning. So that one was pretty easy. That's a 4. And then duration. Now, the tornado itself, if it's an individual storm lasting more than 6 hours, we got problems. But we're not talking about an individual tornado necessarily. It could be a day of outbreaks where we get tornadoes in the early afternoon. They go away, a new line of storm come in, and we get more later in the day. So it's possible to be longer than 6 hours, but still less than a day. So again, they went with a half step, and they went with 1.5 on duration. You add all that together, and the total CPRI for a tornado was 3.6 out of a possible score of 4. Now, to the surprise of nobody, tornado ended up being our highest planning threat. And you see the rest of them, how they line up there. That does not mean that these are the most likely storms or the most likely things to affect our county. It just means these are our planning priorities. Tornado, flood, and mitigating against these different windstorms and threats that you see up there. So, like I said, very high view of it. I don't want to take any more time than I have to go into this. And so our ask today, as I've mentioned, you guys have already taken part in the planning process. Your representatives identified action items for you. The regional plan itself has been accepted and approved by FEMA. Now we're just needing each partner that's mentioned in the plan to accept the part assigned to them by approving of the resolution that's part of your package, approving that resolution and authorizing the mayor to sign so that we can turn that into the state. Mentioned those handouts that I gave to you. Whoops, I did not. I apologize. I thought I hid Andale, and I thought I made Bel Aire visible, but you have them. Folks at home can't see, unfortunately, but you have the handout I gave you there. And I know there's a lot to it, but if you look through them, you'll see that none of it is really binding you to any hard action or anything like that. It's just priorities that you want to look at, things that you want to try and accomplish over the course of this plan. If you don't get them all accomplished, there's no penalty for that or anything like that. It's just, like I said, goals for looking at what we can do to mitigate risk in our community. So that's all I have, but I will stand for any questions any of you might have.
Anybody, the questions for Mr. Charvet?
I have one. I'm plead ignorance here, but we just went through a big emergency plan with the chief. Does this tie into that plan?
You probably went through an emergency operations plan,
Yeah, that was for after an event. Do
right?
do these
So
two tie together somehow?
not specifically, other than an EOP like that should be looking at what is in your threat analysis that's part of the hazard mitigation plan. But somebody like Chief Atterbury, he knows what the threats are around here, even without looking at that. So, I mean, there's a little bit of marriage between them, but it's really not required.
You said earlier that there's a date of July 26th, and I don't remember what that date was for. Is it
That's
something had to
the
be done?
deadline the state gave us for all of the local jurisdictions to have adopted the plan,
Adopt the plan.
their individual portion of the
So
plan.
these 26 action items that you've listed here
Mhm.
don't all have to be approved by. the-
Absolutely not.
I was
No.
gonna say, that's a tall order. I
Oh,
don't
no,
think
no,
we're
no.
gonna make it.
You're right. That would be an incredible ask. No, just an adoption to saying, yep, this is what we agreed on during the planning process, and we're going to work towards that according to whatever timeline fate and Mother Nature allows.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Smith?
where exactly did the 26 action items come from? Who was part of coming up with this list?
I'm sorry, I cannot answer that because I was not on the planning team and I don't know who represented Bel Air. Mr. Manager, would you happen to remember who did?
That was 5 years ago,
Well, no, this one was only about 2 to 3 years ago.
2 to 3. That would have been Chief Atterbury.
Mr. Mayor,
Dr. Schroeder?
so am I understanding correctly that in order to apply for funds, they want you to have a plan of what you're going to do rather than randomly apply stuff? So therefore, having a good plan in place makes sense to be able to have, may have your asks for some sort of grants or anything like that. Is this a key part of this plan to be able to adopt this? So when you ask for something, you're not building a bridge to nowhere or something like that?
Very good analogy, yes. Because you don't have to specifically have in here, like this residential safe room programs. I doubt you will find in here anything that's specifically, helping our citizens find ways to pay for residential safe rooms. But just adopting a mitigation plan means that you have accepted the responsibility of looking forward and looking into mitigation projects, however the funding ends up being spent. I hope that answered your question.
I'm wondering, where does the funding actually start? Where
Good
does
question.
it come from?
It starts with FEMA, and it will be awarded to jurisdictions that have suffered a disaster. And much like the formula we talked about here, they have a formula for deciding who is the highest priority for receiving those funds. So it goes from FEMA to the state level. If the state of Kansas is deemed eligible for it, they'll get a certain amount of money. And then within the state, everybody applies for the same pool of money that the state got. And so if Sedgwick County got hit by the disaster, but Butler County didn't, well, then Sedgwick County applicants, whether it's the county itself or the city of Bel Aire or a church or a business or anything like that, they would get a higher priority than anybody in Butler County because we got hit and they didn't. So it starts at FEMA and the federal government. They decide that they're going to issue pre-disaster mitigation funds. They give a set amount to the state, and then the state divvies it up from there.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Dr. Schroeder?
I'll make a motion to accept the resolution adopting the Kansas Homeland Security Region G Hazard Mitigation Plan and authorize the mayor to sign.
We have a motion to accept the resolution. Any second?
A second, Mr. Mayor.
Motion from Dr. Schroeder and a second from Mr. Elsoff. Any additional discussion or questions?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I did have an additional, I guess, set of questions.
Okay?
In regards to the grant money you spoke of for residences to build, was it a shelter?
Well, basically, but yes, a safe room is how they're.
A safe room, okay. Could you color that in a little bit? What would entail a safe room and about how much money that would be?
Certainly. There are guidelines that you have to follow in order to make it a FEMA approved safe room, and I can't list them up to you, but it's part of that, the application process. There's a list of things that you have to do. And you would have to get with a contractor who knows how to follow the FEMA rules to build a FEMA approved shelter. Thickness of walls, thickness of the roof support, or that type of thing. So there are rules, and then if you follow them, then you are eligible to get either $3,500 or 75% of the construction cost, whichever is less. So if it costs you $10,000, the most you're going to get is $3,500. But if it costs you, only $2,000, you're not going to get all $2,000 back. You're going to get 75% of what you spent.
Thank you.
Since this is a resolution, do we need to read it, or is the fact that it's printed and part of the packet good enough?
Correct. You don't have to read it.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other discussion or questions? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. The resolution is adopted. Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Mr. Lasher, is an agenda item. Maybe we should put a plan together to review and do something with these 26 items. I don't know what the thought process on that is, but
We can work with Cody on that, I'm sure.
There, in fact, if you look really closely at it, there are a couple that mention my office on there, things that we absolutely will work with partners on those.
thank you. Very good. Move on to item B, consideration of ordinance changing the zoning classification from C2 to R4. So the developer of a parcel of land located on the southwest corner of 53rd and Woodlawn is requesting a zone change from C2 commercial to R4 residential. At their June meeting, the Planning Commission reviewed the 53rd and Oliver LLC's request to rezone the property and following a public hearing. So Planning Commission considered the evidence and discussed the applicable or the application in relation to the golden factors in Bel Aire zoning regulations. The Planning Commission voted 4-1 to recommend rezoning the property from C2 to R4. City Engineer Ann Stevens is here to answer questions and related to zoning change as City Attorney, Jackie Kelly. So one of the questions I have right off the bat is, do we know why the vote was 4-1? What was the concern of the person who voted 1? Don't have to identify the person. Just what was the concern?
The concern was duplexes.
Mhm.
And that was why he chose to vote against it.
Okay. Thank you.
I will state that the layout shown on the slide was also provided to the Planning Commission, but the applicant did state that they would be changing that layout. So what you see is not going to be what is presented for plating. He did not say necessarily what is going to be changed, just that it is going to be changed.
Mr. Mayor, I have a follow-up to that.
Mr. Elstop.
You say the concern was duplexes. Do you mean it was explicitly stated that duplexes was the plan, or it just falls into the category of something that could be built?
It was stated in the application that they were intending to put duplexes on this property.
Okay, yeah, it looks like the plat maybe doesn't reflect duplexes based on the size. Okay. Thank you.
Can you explain what the R4 zoning entails? I mean, just briefly,
Sure, I don't have the zoning book in front of me, and Ms. Kelly may be able to assist me further, but I can state that the rest of the Chapel Landing subdivision, with the exception of the land that we had rezoned that is abutting Oliver, is R4 in nature. So it is a very broad category that encompasses quite a bit of housing. Jackie, do you have the?
Yeah, so it's much like the other residential developments, except like Ann said, it does allow for well, I'm sorry, you didn't say this part, but it does allow for smaller lot sizes. The lot sizes can get down to 1,600 square feet living space, whereas the, like R3 has to be 11,000 square feet. So it does allow smaller lots. And then R4 allows a variety of units from single family to two-family residences like duplexes, churches, golf courses, parks, playgrounds, schools, group homes. It's just a much broader designation.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I guess I do have a question. So I was looking for, I thought in our electronic packet, it had the definition of the R4. And yeah, I do recall the 1,600 square feet. But I did notice on page 29 of this packet of the rezone submittal review, it mentions city zoning regulations for R4 requires 8,400 square foot lot and 1,200 square foot living unit. I guess I'd just be curious for clarification, is there a discrepancy between the 1,200 square foot living unit listed here versus the 1,600? As I recall from the R4 definition.
So what I'm seeing as the discrepancy is that if it's a duplex, the living space has to be 1,200 per unit. Or if it was built prior to January 2003, the minimum size is 1,200. Otherwise, unless it falls within those two exceptions, the residence must be 1,600 square feet. And you're correct, the entire lot size has to be at least 8,400 square feet.
Okay, thank you.
So if I remember right, there's some concern about drainage off of this property that goes, and I don't know where it goes. But
Sure.
can you help us with that?
Yes, the drainage concern was not specific to this property. The drainage concern was more of a broad general statement. The gentleman that spoke in with their concerns lives to the north of the area. He was concerned with Bristol Hollows drainage. He was concerned with the drainage coming from Isley School, coming from the farmland in the northeast quadrant of 53rd and Woodlawn, and just general concerns. He said that the city is not doing their job to protect his property from drainage. There's too much water coming down. There's mud coming down. I mean, you just kind of, the gamut of general drainage concerns. He just was not happy in general with this development has not gone through the platting process, so we have not received drainage designs. But with this development, with the Bristol Hollows development, with the Isley development, all of those follow the general Wichita-Sedgwick County guidelines, where you cannot discharge more water post-development than was coming off of the property pre-development. The biggest difference that you see once a property gets developed is instead of water sheet draining over the property, meaning it just flows just all over the property, it's coming from a point source. It's usually coming from a pipe off of the property. So that's the biggest difference, and this gentleman was just unhappy with the current situation. He has since started building ponds on his property to improve that, and we have not heard anything additional from him. But he has been very communicative with me on the Bristol Hollows project.
Thank you. Just a clarification. You're going to increase the amount of water coming off drainage because you're going to build buildings and roads, which means that there's no absorption into the ground, right? So the water, obviously, the amount of water is going to increase, but you put mitigation plans in place to keep that flow from exceeding, if I understand correctly.
We attenuate, yes, but no. We attenuate the water with ponds, either whether it's a dry detention pond, which is dry majority of the time until we get a large rain, or a wet detention pond that holds water and then builds up to a certain point where it spills over. So only that pre-development runoff is actually released off of the property.
Okay.
So yes, but no.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay, but there's no ponds in this plat that you have, so who's holding that water?
That is why I said this is not what is being developed. This was an original concept plan. They do realize there's they do have some changes to make. A pond is one of the changes. So this is not what it's going to look like. This is just the original concept that was presented to Planning Commission. Planning Commission had some suggestions at their original meeting, I believe in December. The developer and the engineer have taken those back and they are working through additional concepts, but those revised concepts have not been presented.
Are they going to lower the number of access points to 53rd?
That was one of the concerns of Planning Commission. They did not like the 3 access points. So I believe that the developer has taken that under consideration. I have not seen any revised concepts, so I cannot say for certain.
Okay, but that's something we get to vote on in the future, right?
Planning Commission gets to comment
shot.
and they technically receive and approve the final plat. You accept the dedications of land. So a little bit of a technicality there. And Jackie, I'm sure, can speak to more if you want further.
So I remember there was some concern at CCUA about tapping that line for water because that's the main drive to our towers. Has there been any consideration about mitigation of that? Because I think it's affecting more than just one development. Is that
Correct.
correct?
We have 4 or 5 developments going along on
Right,
that stretch. And it is on my list and it just has not been gotten to yet to get somebody to look into that.
Okay.
So I
So
did
we're-
reach out. Yeah, I did reach out to the engineer who did have a model of Bel Aire built already of our water system. But unfortunately that model was lost in a few floods from their office. So we're going to be starting from scratch and it's not going to be a fairly inexpensive expenditure. So
Bristol Hollows is moving along pretty far along. They're gonna
Bristol
be wanting to
Hollows, the
tap
paving
pretty
is
soon.
done. We had some issues with erosion that we are currently getting addressed. You'll probably be getting a change order in the next meeting or two, unfortunately. But yes, it's pretty much ready to go for development, for building.
Okay, so that's a pretty immediate concern or
Yes.
on
Yep.
very early horizon.
And
Right.
Chapel Landing Third, the development to the
Right.
west
Right.
has already started their water and sewer. Yes.
Okay. All right, very good. Just some things we need to make sure we address. Okay, thank you. Any additional discussion on this zoning change? This is a motion for a ordinance change, so it does require a roll call vote, but I don't have a motion yet, so I'm not going to call for a roll call vote, but I'll ask our city clerk to do that roll call when it's time. Any discussion, or is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Elson?
I guess I guess I do have a little bit of hesitation myself. I share the concern over duplexes being prioritized over single-family homes. Ultimately, I don't think that's going to prevent me from supporting the zone change. I think this piece of land and where it's positioned with the current housing construction going to the south and to the west of this location, I think it will continue to add to the neighborhood, even if it is duplexes. And obviously, it falls within the zone classification for R4. And I realize we're not approving the plat at this meeting, like you said, but I definitely would prefer to vote on an item that at least has a little bit more representation of what the lots might look like, or at least even if it were more of a chicken scratch type thing, to see how many there would be versus what we see in this plat here with the single family plat laid out. But so I guess with a little bit of reservation, I will motion to approve the ordinance changing the zoning classification from C2 commercial to R4 residential on certain property located within the corporate city limits of the city of Bel Aire, Kansas, and authorize the mayor to sign.
I'll second.
I have a motion from Mr. Elsoff and a second by Dr. Schroeder. Any additional discussion?
Mr. Mayor,
Dr. Schroeder.
usually when we do these things that come from the planning commission, I do feel like I need like a really good reason to tell the planning commission they're wrong. And so even if I'm not, super gung ho necessarily or feel incredibly confident, I feel like I better come with a really good reason why the planning commission knows less about it than I do. So I just don't feel like I should tell them. I just don't feel like I have adequate information to know why I'm right and they're wrong. So I think I support the planning commission decision that they made.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Smith.
The one additional question that I had was in terms of density in R4, are duplexes the most dense type of construction that can occur as part of R4, or could you have more dense residential as part of R4?
I will defer that to our city attorney who has the zoning book in front of her.
And one of the things that I'm thinking about there is the density. I'm trying to think about the traffic and the current Woodlawn situation, and if there was suddenly a significant amount of, high density residential dwelling there, that could be a potential issue for us.
Especially 53rd.
Yes.
Just based off what I can see, I'm going to say yes, because it doesn't include anything more dense. Like, we're not into condominiums or apartment style homes. Seems to be from this quick reading that duplexes are the maximum density, the maximum types of homes there, but I'm not 100% certain. I need some time to kind of go through the different scenarios.
And regarding timing, you're probably at least 1 year out for construction and for home construction. Once you get the project preliminary platted, final platted, the bids, the project designed for water, sewer, streets, bids taken, contractors there. So you're probably at least a year, 2 year and a half.
Okay. Thank you for that.
And Mr. Smith, I was able to see that the other units I was looking for, which would be like quads and et cetera, they are included in R5. So duplexes would be the most intense use of the R4 zoning.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to go with Joel on, I don't want to second guess the planning commission, but I'm a little hesitant with duplexes there right next to single families that are on larger lots. I have the feeling lately that we're pushing a lot of duplex type properties, and I don't want Bel Aire to become the duplex rental city.
There is an element, I think, of, our master plan did have this, as commercial. I think I'd hoped that there would be commercial here just from the balanced perspective we were trying to achieve. But I also can see how this would fit in with kind of the character of the rest of the area around it. So I will not be voting against it.
I will certainly pass your concerns on to the planning commission. One thing of note that the agent for the applicant did say is during the platting process that the planning commission and the city council can ask for a more stringent landscaping requirements to more separate the duplexes from the single family homes. But that would be part of the platting process and not the rezoning process.
On that note, just a curiosity, the property just south of there, I don't think that's developed right now. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Is that still zone commercial, or is that?
I believe lots 6, 7, and 8, I believe those are zoned commercial, but I don't believe that lot 13, I don't recall what that zoning is.
Thank you. Mr. Wells?
I was going to say that is a pipeline of some sorts running through there, right? I don't know what kind of screening we could require along there and still maintain the pipeline.
The Bristol Hollows development is putting in an earthen berm and putting in some grasses and plantings, no trees, but on top of that berm to help provide a little bit of shelter. And the developer of Chapel Landing or Iron Gate has requested the same of this project as well.
That they want of the project.
That this project, when it goes forward, would be similar with earthen berms, and if we can get trees and a little shelter belt on the north side of that pipeline easement, that we do that. Otherwise, something to separate the two.
Okay.
And the agent was very amenable to those kind of additional requests.
Any other discussion? Questions? Hearing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the vote, call the roll.
Mayor Jim Benage,
Aye.
Mr. Jeff Elshoff,
Aye.
Dr. Joel Schroeder,
Aye.
Mr. Justin Smith,
Aye.
Mr. John Welch,
Aye.
Ms. Diane Nguyen.
Nay.
The vote is 5 in favor and 1 opposed. So the motion carries 5-1 with this win voting negative.
Mr. Mayor, before moving on, I'd like to request a brief, maybe a 5-minute recess. I need to plan my restroom breaks better, but I could use it.
Okay, I think that's certainly fine. Let's have a 5-minute recess.
Is that a motion?
We'll reconvene. Do we need a motion on this?
If he's requesting it, technically, we should do it by motion. You
Okay.
can always call for a recess, but if another member of the council is requesting it, it should be done by motion.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to motion for a 5-minute recess.
I'll
please.
second.
Motion by Mr. Elshoff, a second by Dr. Schroeder. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All in favor of 5-minute recess, say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion carries 5-1. We are in recess for 5 minutes. Okay.
It is going to take a while.
Because I vote. But I can't. I do vote on that one. Because it's an ordinance. But I don't vote on very many things. You should challenge it. Like, if you think I say it rains, you should challenge it because I do make mistakes. Okay?
Don't we all?
I was kind of, I had mentioned. I have excuses already, so.
I know you came prepared.
Yeah, I'm ready, but, yeah, certainly, we're happy to see the resin prices are. So, everything else, if you look through the big tabulation, everything is good, except for the high prices, 50% higher than something that's big, long services, 50%. So, like, last year, we were getting $23 for water. We had 26. Bear in mind, we did the petition. All these price rises. Well, they went for 37. So last year, obviously, around 20. But it's 37. And it's just murderous.
Oh, apparently I've been sitting on a green marker the whole time.
And move on to item C.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
if I may, before we move, I feel like my mic isn't on. If I may, before we move forward, the city engineer asked me to follow up on the discussion on duplexes, understanding that the golden factors don't include just not wanting duplexes in the area. This council did a good job of focusing on density and how density can impact how an area, the aesthetics of an area. However, the city engineer has set up a work session for planning commission to discuss how duplexes do fit into the master growth plan and where that line is as we kind of explore the duplex topic. So they are going to workshop this issue and possibly have some feedback for council on just that duplex item alone. So.
Very good. I appreciate that because it is a concern to some citizens about the amount of rental property, that kind of thing. So I understand that. It makes a lot of sense. Okay. Very good. Thank you for the clarification and information. So item C is the developer of this parcel of land located northwest of Webb Road and 49th Street North has requested a zone change from agriculture to neighborhood commercial. At their June meeting, the Planning Commission reviewed the request to rezone the property. After a public hearing, the Planning Commission voted 5-0 to recommend City Council approval, rezoning the property from agricultural to neighborhood commercial. City Engineer Ann Stevens is here to answer questions as well as our city attorney.
So this property is just east of Skyview at Block 49 and just north of Tierra Verde. So it butts up just right up against Webb Road. This was a little bit of a frustrating topic for Planning Commission because there's no map, there's no potential plat, there's no really good idea of what's going to happen with this. The developer, Andrew Reese, was there representing himself, and he asked for this zone change so they could move forward with plans. Unfortunately, they didn't have any specific plans. Every kind of question that Planning Commission had was met with an, I don't know, we haven't discussed it yet, we haven't come up with what we're going to do yet, but they were asking us for the zone change as the first step towards developing kind of their plans and their thoughts for this parcel. And I believe that Mr. Lasher has had conversations with Andrew kind of regarding this lot, and it was kind of wrapped up into the sale of the property and contracts that I'm not a party of.
So yeah, it's always kind of been in the master plan that both sides of Webb would be some type of commercial, and our master plan kind of has that. I think what we find with a lot of developers is that it's easier to sell and develop parcels when they've already been when they've already been zoned. So for example, in the Commerce Park, there was 800 acres that was all zoned industrial, and nothing had been planned there other than it was going to be industrial. And so that was the thought with Mr. Reese on this portion, is that it's much easier to down zone than it is to up zone. And so this is about 40 acres. My guess is in the end, when it's developed, and not all 40 acres are going to be some type of commercial. It's probably going to be 10 to 20 acres just along the frontage, and the rest will end up being maybe some type of housing or something like that. But again, if they want to go to some type of residential, they'll be back, down zoning it to something else. So I think my only comments to the council is that the vision has always been some type of commercial. We don't know what it's going to look like. I know Jackie has our zoning code, so she can detail what's actually included in the C1 commercial to hopefully answer any questions you might have about what's in that.
Yes, please enlighten us.
Okay, so the C1 allows light commercial, office, retail, or similar use. It does.
Push, do you mind?
Oh, yes, please. Let me actually get the detailed list. The C1 commercial does allow light commercial, so offices like your dentist or your doctor or realtor or something like that. Light office, light retail, studios like the artists, workshop, something small that like an artist might work in. Accessory structures, but those would be in direct support to the location. So a garage that items might be stored in that serve the business. And that's it. The maximum height is 30 feet. Minimum setback, 40 feet from the street right away. And then no business can be larger than 10,000 square feet or 30% of the lot. So summary of C1.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Smith.
there's development or the proposed Skyview at Block 49th Edition to the west and the proposed Rock Springs 4th to the north. Is this the same developer as those additions?
This the same Skyview at Block 49, same developer.
Okay.
And probably another important note is all the subdivisions that you mentioned, Councilmember Smith, are all duplexes. So again, C1, which would be the light commercial, would be appropriate for that. If they wanted something that was larger, more of a warehousing type, then they'd have to move up to a C2, which would require another zone change. So again, that was the thought of some type of office near some multifamily duplexes would probably fit in very well.
And then my other question is, when this was approved at the Planning Commission, were there any citizen concerns brought up with this zone change?
There were no citizens wishing to speak towards this topic.
Okay.
And Mr. Lee from Garver mentioned that he could also speak to this. He has been working with the development group on this particular parcel. So you have.
Well, real quick, Ken Lee with Garver. As she said, we've been working with them, and Ty pretty much nailed it on the head as far as what they're trying to accomplish here. It's much easier to market a piece of property if you've got it zoned already done, where somebody can purchase it with confidence that they can develop it how they see fit. So he nailed that exactly. The developer for Skyview at Block 49 is the same property owner here, and
They have some preliminary discussions that they're working with people, but I don't have any plans myself that I have seen at this point as far as what they're doing. They really are just looking to have the ground prepped. And just for kind of historical reference, the proposed Rock Springs Fourth that you can see at the top of the screen, that was originally all zoned C1 at one point in time too. The developer there, he had zoned it all at C1 at one point. They ended up down zoning to duplex based on market demand. But so as Ty said, it's one of those things that it's easier to down zone. So they're just trying to make sure that they have the property prepped for marketing it as effectively as possible. So if you have any other questions, I can take a shot at it as well.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Any questions or comments on this?
So this is the least use commercial that's available, right? If it was more heavy commercial, they'd have to go to C2 or something else.
Correct,
And that would be an up instead of down to residential.
correct. And our
Okay.
C2 automatically is a PUD, so you'd have to bring your design site plan and all that through planning commission.
Okay.
And to her comment right there, that's actually one of the main reasons why we decided not to go to C2 is because you do have to do the planned unit development immediately. And because they don't have a focused plan on it, they weren't really well suited to go for that zone change. So that's why the C1 was chosen.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Smith,
I'll make a motion to approve an ordinance changing the zoning classification from AG agriculture to C1 neighborhood commercial on certain property located within the corporate city limits of the city of Bel Aire, Kansas, and authorize the mayor to sign.
I'll second.
a motion by Mr. Smith and a second by Mr. Welch. Any additional discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I guess I got a comment. I guess I'll just add that this is another piece of land that we've had, I guess, as the city that's been vacant for quite a long time, agricultural use. And I guess I'm assuming that when we switch, if we move forward with the change to C1, that any agricultural activity ceases, even if it's not platted or built, or how does that work?
No, it can be zoned anything, and as long as it's farmable or tillable, it can be used as for farm purposes.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you for clarifying that, because I wasn't sure. Okay. Yeah, so I think, this is a good example of, there isn't a clear vision presented to us on exactly what this would be, but it's certainly in terms of planning for the future and providing for, an upgraded use of this land. I certainly support that, even if there's a lack of vision and clarity as to what it might be. I think it's moving in the right direction. We're building houses to the north, to the west, and around this area. And Tierra Verde is still something that's being developed, and it's, there are plans being made and that kind of thing. So yeah, I definitely plan to support this change. Thank you.
Thank you. So just a quick question on the agricultural use of this land. If it stays being farmed, is it classified on the tax rolls as agricultural then?
So the interesting thing, at least the way Sedgwick County works, is it doesn't matter what the zone is. If it's being farmed, then they tax it as farm purpose, so agriculture.
Okay.
Even though it's zoned something different.
Okay. Just want to understand that. So thank you. Any other questions, discussions, or comments? Hearing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Mayor Jim Benage,
Aye.
Mr. Jeff Elshop,
Aye.
Dr. Joel Schroeder,
Aye.
Mr. Justin Smith,
Aye.
Mr. John Welch,
Aye.
Ms. Diane Wynn.
Aye.
So the motion carries 6-0. Move on to item D. This is an ordinance authorizing approval of sale of certain property by the city of Bel Aire, Kansas Public Building Commission. So the PBC met earlier this evening and approved this sale agreement of Lot 6, Block C, the Sunflower Commerce Park for the asking price. This is a contract I think is signed 2 weeks ago. Is that correct? Okay, thank you. As the city leases land from PBC, the city must also approve the sale through an ordinance. So our city manager, Kevin Cowan, can, with Gilmore and Bell, can answer questions.
Mr. Mayor,
Dr. Schroeder.
I'll make a motion to approve an ordinance authorizing and approving the sale of certain property by the city of Bel Aire, Kansas Public Building Commission, and authorize the mayor to sign.
I'll second.
A motion by Dr. Schroeder and a second by Mr. Smith. And this is another ordinance, correct? So this
Correct, but
requires
it's-
roll call vote.
Probably requires a roll call vote. Just for clarity, I'll defer that to Kevin, but the other ordinance required everyone voting because it was a zoning matter. So
Okay.
I think we handled these ordinances by roll call last time. I think that's why we did it. But did you have a specific reason otherwise?
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Smith.
does the mayor vote on this since it is an ordinance, but it doesn't look like your name is listed under the ordinances?
Correct. The mayor does not vote on this.
Okay.
There's some ordinances I vote on, and I have to
It's
rely
all
on her to tell me which ones I vote and which ones I don't.
Planning and zoning ordinances, particularly in charter ordinances.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other questions or discussions or comments? Hearing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Mr. Jeff Elshoff.
Aye.
Dr. Joel Schroeder.
Aye.
Mr. Justin Smith.
Aye.
Mr. John Welch.
Aye.
Ms. Diane Wynn.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. On to item CE. So this is accepting revised petitions for sanitary sewer and water distribution improvements at Chapel Landing and Chapel Landing 4. So these bids were received last week for sewer and water improvements in the Chapel Landing 4 and Chapel Landing. All bids came in above the engineer's estimate. The higher costs mainly due to increased material cost. In this situation, all bids can be rejected. The project rebid, hoping for new bids to come in under the engineer's estimate, or the developer can sign new petitions where the engineer's estimate is increased above the low bid. After conversations with the developer, he is choosing to simply revise the petitions so the projects can move forward. Our city manager or Kevin Cowan can answer any questions.
Mr. Mayor, I guess just to clarify for the public, so you mentioned that, let's see, what was it? The cost is coming in higher than the estimate. I guess the first item, just for clarity, that this is, these costs are things that are going to be distributed as special taxes on the properties, correct? So this isn't a direct
That is
cost to the city that we're talking
As
about.
I understand this, yes, and that's why the revised petitions have to be done because they're accepting the additional cost for those special assessments.
Right, okay. Thank you.
And please correct me if I've misstated that. So,
Mr. Mayor, it sounds like this, if this is what the developer would like to do, it seems totally fine to me. If costs are a little higher. So I'll make a motion to accept the revised petitions for sanitary sewer and water distribution system improvements, Chapel Landing and Chapel Landing 4th.
I'll second.
I have a motion for Dr. Schroeder and a second for Mr. Smith. Any additional questions, concerns, comments? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries 5-0. On item F, so this is revised petition for the water distribution system improvements for Skyview at Block 49 addition. So as in the previous item, bids came in above the engineer's estimate for this project as well. The developer is choosing to simply revise the petition so the project can move forward. So again, our city manager or Kevin Cowan can answer any questions.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Smith.
Make a motion to accept the revised petition for a water distribution system improvement, Skyview at Block 49, and authorize the mayor to sign.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Mr. Smith and a second by Mr. Welch. Any additional discussion or comments? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries 5-0. Item G, considering a resolution determining advisability of making certain internal improvements, City of Bel Aire. So due to the petitions being revised on these projects, and previous actions, amended resolutions must be approved to cover the increased engineer's estimate. So item G through I are amending resolutions and must be approved separately. And these are repealing prior resolutions. So each one has its own resolution it's repealing as well. So Mr. Cowan with Gilmore and Bel Aire is here to answer any questions.
May add a little bit of context. We've talked about the costs, and we kind of look forward to when we're going to be assessing properties and making sure we're within the estimated cost that was included in the original petition. And it's really a due process matter. If you have a property owner in the future that did research and they found that the estimated cost was X and that their assessment was going to be more than 10% above that estimated cost, and they would have a due process claim that I can't be assessed beyond that 10% amount. So this will address all of that. You may have noticed in all of your petitions and your resolution, there's an inflation factor that's 1% per month. And we actually did the math and worked this. And if you look out to when we would go through the assessment proceedings, which is probably 30 months, maybe close to 3 years, it was going to be pretty close on whether we would be within that 10% kind of due process estimated cost. So this is a good thing. I think the amended petitions will take care of this all at once, and you have actual costs that are built into these amending and restated resolutions rather than estimates, and we can feel good about the numbers as we go forward. Nothing else changed. And we talk about replacing resolutions compared to the prior resolutions on these projects from earlier this year. The only thing that changed was the estimated cost.
Thank you for the clarification. Any questions or comments?
Mr. Mayor, I have a question.
Certainly. Mr. Elsaw.
I guess my question is just, there are two revised petitions, and Chapel Landing and Chapel Landing Fourth are combined into a single petition. But we have three resolutions where Chapel Landing and Chapel Landing Fourth are separated. I was just curious, why are the resolutions separated and the petitions combined?
I think there were two, unless I missed something, but I think there were two amending petitions or two new petitions. Now they're grouped as one action for you.
Right.
There were
Okay.
two petitions within that.
Okay. So why were the two actions combined?
Yeah, that I don't know. I think, and city attorney, city manager may correct me, I think in the past when petitions have been submitted for particular developments, they do get grouped together. So maybe if there's water, sewer, streets, drainage or something for Chapel Landing Fourth, all of those petitions may get accepted and approved at the same time. And then the resolutions for each of those are separate actions. That's my recollection, but
Yes, I mean, you can do it either way. It's a little easier, whatever, if we can put these two together, but you can, if you want to motion on the water and sewer separate, you can.
Okay, I appreciate that. I was not advocating for changing it, but I was just curious. So thank you.
You have the option.
Mr. Mayor,
Dr. Schroeder.
I'll motion to approve a resolution determining the advisability of the making of certain internal improvements in the city of Bel Aire, making certain findings with respect thereto, and authorizing and providing for the making of the improvements in accordance with such findings. Sanitary sewer improvements, Chapel Landing and Chapel Landing Fourth additions, and amending, restating, and repealing resolution number R-21-16 and authorize the mayor to sign.
Second.
Motion by Dr. Schroeder and a second by Mr. Welch. Any questions or comments? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries 5-0. Item H is resolution continuing, but same issue, just different properties.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Elsa.
I motion to approve a resolution determining the advisability of the making of certain internal improvements in the city of Bel Aire, making certain findings with respect thereto, and authorizing and providing for the making of the improvements in accordance with such findings, water distribution improvements, Chapel Landing, and Chapel Landing 4th editions, and amending, restating, and repealing resolution number R-21-18 and authorize the mayor to sign.
I'll second.
A motion by Mr. Elsoff and a second by Mr. Smith. Any additional questions or discussions? Hearing none, I'll call for vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries 5-0. Item I is the third in the trifecta.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Smith.
I move to approve a resolution determining the advisability of the making of certain internal improvements in the city of Bel Aire, Kansas, making certain findings with respect thereto, and authorizing and providing for the making of the improvements in accordance with such findings, water distribution system improvements, Skyview at Block 49, Phase 1, and amending, restating, and repealing resolution number R-2107, and authorize the mayor to sign.
I'll second.
A motion by Mr. Smith and a second by Ms. Nguyen. Any questions or discussions?
That is the right number, right? It's 07. That means it was really early this year.
Yes. Earlier
Okay.
this year.
Just verifying, because the others were 17 and 18.
Okay. Very good. Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries 5-0. Moving on to item J. This consideration of sanitary sewer and water distribution systems for Chapel Landing 4th edition. And the developer is ready to begin the development of Chapel Landing 4. The cost of these improvements will be financed through a bond and spread as special assessments against the benefiting lots. 5 contractors responded with the solicitation for bids. City Engineer Ann Stevens is here to explain the project and answer any questions.
Hello again. So this is the sanitary and sewer water bids, as the mayor had said, for Chapel Landing 4th. This development was part of the original Chapel Landing. It was replatted to provide slightly smaller lots at the request of the developer. And now we are here ready to start the actual building process.
So this is right north of Bel Aire Heights.
That
right?
is correct.
Okay, so we'll continue that street out there then.
Yes,
Right now it goes to dead end.
correct.
Okay. Great.
Mr. Mayor,
Schroeder.
I'll motion to accept the bid from Apex at a cost not to exceed $142,562 for sanitary sewer and water distribution system improvements, Chapel Landing 4th edition, and authorize the mayor to sign.
Second.
Motion from Dr. Schroeder and second from Mr. Elsoff. Any questions or comments, discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries 5-0. Item K. So this is a bid for Phase 1 water distribution systems for Skyview Block 49. Those 4 bids were received. The developer is ready to begin development of this area. The engineers have designed a water distribution system. The cost of these improvements also will be financed through a bond and spread as special assessments against the benefiting lots. So we have 4 contractors respond to the solicitation of bids, and City Engineer Ann Stevens is here to explain the project and answer questions.
So This is the next phase of the Skyview at Block 49 development. They are getting ready to start with the sanitary sewer project, and then the storm sewer will be following as a separate bid. The water and storm sewer were a bit delayed because of the pipeline crossing and the agreements with the pipeline. So we typically like to do the water and sewer together. It's the same contractor that does both, but we wanted to get started on it, so we let the sanitary early. This will be the next phase.
So sanitary sewer has no conflicts with the pipeline?
Correct.
Okay. Any discussion on this item?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I guess I just had I guess it's a question for Ann. It seems like there's a little bit of inflation we're encountering possibly. Seems like the last couple of bids seem to be quite a bit over your estimate. Is that something that you're noticing as a trend?
Yes, the biggest issue is pipe prices. The resin that is used to make the PVC pipe has skyrocketed in cost. Therefore, it's passed on to the cost of the PVC pipe, and PVC pipe is getting harder and harder to obtain. So if developers want to keep building, then they're paying more. It's unfortunately simple market economics.
Thank you.
And we hope it won't last forever.
Right.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Smith,
I move to accept the bid from Meese at a cost not to exceed $235,159 for Phase 1 water distribution system improvements, Skyview at Block 49 edition, and authorize the mayor to sign.
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Smith and 2 seconds. I'll pick Ms. Nguyen's second. Any additional discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries 5-0. Consideration of bid of sanitary sewer and water distribution. So this is improvements for the villas at Prestwick, Phase 2. So 6 bids were received. The developer is ready to move forward with the final phase of villas at Prestwick, and the cost of these improvements will be financed through a bond and spread as special assessments against the benefiting lots. 6 contractors submitted bids. Dutton was the low bidder. However, after bids were tabulated, Dutton Construction contacted Ann regarding an error in their bid. So Ann is here to explain the project and answering questions. Representative from Dutton is here to explain their error and answering questions as well. And Jackie can also answer questions regarding options for moving forward.
Actually, Mr. Dutton is not here.
Oh, he's not.
I had advised that he come attend the meeting to speak for himself, but I do not see him here. So we took bids on this project. It's a fairly straightforward project with both water and sewer, not terribly undifferent from Chapel Landing or Skyview that we also accepted tonight. I did receive a phone call about 4 o'clock that same day from Mr. Dutton stating that he had made an error in his bid. And I said, I'm sorry to hear that. We have had errors occur before. Please submit a letter detailing your error to the council, and I will submit it for their consideration.
If we had a lot of contracts with the Dutton company, I don't remember seeing them very much.
We've had 2. They did a previous phase of I'm going to call this the courtyards at Elk Creek.
Okay.
They're
That's been
in
some
the
time
Elk
ago
Creek
then,
development,
right?
yeah,
Mhm.
the Epcon homes. And then they also did the Prestwick water main, which is about 1,000 feet between connecting kind of the roundabout that's currently under construction north to 53rd Street. So we've had 2 contracts with them. They have performed. We've had some questions with them and they've responded and fixed anything. It's not unlike any other contractor. There's always occasionally items that come up during the course of construction that we'd like to see changed, and they have responded and changed those.
So that you feel you can work with them pretty well.
Yes.
I want to know, did he know what the other bids were before he changed his bid?
I received a phone call about 4:05-ish, and the bids were sent out. Well, I guess I should back up. whenever we receive bids on a project, a subdivision project, they are opened and read aloud. So the bid opening is at 10 o'clock on a Tuesday morning usually. Bids are each opened individually, read aloud. They come in a sealed envelope to City Hall, and then the engineer opens them one by one, reads them aloud, so all contractors know what everybody's bid was. Then the engineer takes all of those bid packets back to their office and they tabulate them in Excel just to verify that the quantity times the unit price equals the extension, and then all of those extensions add up to the total. So they verify the math, and occasionally we do find errors. I believe in this one there was, I think Apex had a $20 error in their math, and that was revised. So yes, they did know. But I did get the phone call about 4:05. The bid tabs went out to all contractors about 3:54 from MKEC that detailed all the items in the bid.
Okay, and did you find an error in his math or?
I did not check it. Greg Allison with MKEC is here, and he could probably speak to as far as what they did, but I was not informed that they found any errors in the math. The error that Justin had provided as written in the letter, they transposed a 3 and a 6.
Yeah, that should show up someplace else that they multiplied something out wrong or something. Did somebody verify that they actually made that error is what I'm.
That is just simply what he has stated. I have had this happen on another project is 2-3 years ago with Kansas Paving, and they transposed 2 numbers as well.
I just have to say the Kansas paving issue was caught prior to or at tabulation. Is that correct?
I don't think it was, but I don't
Okay.
recall exactly. I believe it was kind of an after the fact.
Okay.
But it's been several years. I don't recall the specific timeline of the events on that one.
But you're telling us that approximately 15 minutes after you published all the bids, you got a call.
Correct.
I thought you said it was more like 6 hours. You opened the bids at 10 o'clock and he called at 4.
Yes, the bids. Yes,
Well,
the bids were opened at 10.
They weren't public, they weren't made public until
The bids-
3:50
The
something.
bids were opened at 10. The base amount, let's see, Apex $333,800 was read. Donlinger $315,117.50. Those total numbers were read aloud. The bid tab that you see in the packet with the extended bid tab, this document was sent out by MKEC about 3:54, and I received the phone call about 4:05, so about 10 minutes afterwards.
I'm juggling between he saw everybody else's bids were considerably higher than his and he upped it, or he made a legitimate mistake that we should not penalize him for.
And
I'm trying to find something to balance that.
And I really wish he was here to speak up for himself, because unfortunately I can't read his mind. I only know what he had told me, that he had made an error, and what he has written down.
Mr. Mayor, it does seem like if you made a $70,000 error, that it might be worth coming and defending yourself on. I'm quite surprised that he's not here to talk about. If he thinks his, or whatever number that would have been the transposing, but he's quite a bit lower than these other bids. But
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Smith.
in the letter, he says that it's a $27,000
that-
mistake. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay.
so 27. Okay.
So, as a percentage, it's, still not insignificant, but they are still quite a bit lower than all of the other bidders. So,
They are. And if they were somebody we'd done a lot of business with, I'd have a little bit more forgiveness. These guys are here to make their first impression, and this is not a great first impression.
Well, I guess I'll just highlight what, I understand the concern here. According to the letter, his total is $241,000 $810, it still is lower than every other bid we received. Justin just made that point as well. I think it would certainly raise more suspicion if it were suddenly, I don't know, closer to under. It doesn't appear to be like he's trying to undercut, like just under what another bid would be. I don't know.
It's an easy transposition error. I can give him that, but I would have thought that somewhere they would have had an Excel spreadsheet at least that added that all up.
And that's what I've seen in the past, is the transcribing from the Excel spreadsheet to the specific bid form that it's required to be on is where those errors can get made.
Do you know who did the project on phase one of this? The design or the construction of phase one of this?
I
We
do
did
not.
that like 2 years ago, didn't we?
Yeah, it's been 2 to 3 years ago. Greg, do you know who did the phase one water and sewer? Yeah, I don't think they did that one, but I can't recall who did it. Jesse's drawing a blank too. Greg Allison with MKEC is here, as well as Jesse Schellenberg, one of the developers. So if you have any questions for them, they're here as well.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Smith?
to me, this feels like an honest mistake that could happen. It was caught pretty quickly, and while I can appreciate that there could be an element of fairness since the change was made after all of the other bids were opened, the amount is considerably less, and I think it's the first time that this has happened with this provider, and so I think in my mind it makes sense to just accept that and move forward with it.
Just looking at the numbers too, I guess, Mr. Mayor, I'd just point out that if this council were to determine that we were not going to go forward with Dutton for whatever suspicion about why it was changed, are we really prepared to spend another $73,000 instead of their bid for the next lowest bid? I don't know. I agree with Councilman Smith. It has the appearance of an honest mistake. The timing is perhaps a little bit questionable, and like has been already said, it would be better if Mr. Dutton were here to further explain it, but I guess I just don't see enough evidence suggesting it's anything beyond a simple mistake in math, which I can certainly relate to. So I'm prepared to move forward with Dutton with the bid that's in the letter.
Mr. Mayor, are they required to go through with this bid even with the mistake?
We can certainly, we do have options. So one of the options is to rebid it. And what are the other options? Can we accept a higher bid if we wanted to?
You could accept the lower bid. Since the bid was approved and published, you could accept the lower bid, the original bid with a mistake. And then the ball would be in Dutton's hands to perform at that level or to withdraw. You could accept the higher bid as you're considering as well, or you could go with another contractor.
The developer has requested that we do continue to work with Dutton.
Okay.
They're very concerned about the higher cost from the other
So is
contractors.
developers here tonight?
Yes.
I thought I recognized you, but I want to make sure. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Smith?
I'd like to make a motion to accept the bid from Dutton at a cost not to exceed $241,810 for sanitary sewer and water distribution system improvements. The bill is at Prestwick Phase 2 and authorize the mayor to sign.
Second.
We got a motion from Mr. Smith in 2 seconds, so I'll take the second from Mr. Elsoff, was it?
No, it was, I thought it was Schroeder. I'm sorry, I can't hear either.
Okay. Very good. Any other questions or discussion?
Mr. Mayor, I think I will vote for this, but I think we should probably not forget about this. I don't think we want to have it be a policy where people get to, when they come under, then they get to say sorry and say later whether it's an honest mistake or a dishonest one. I don't think that's particularly a good thing to have continue. So I guess I'll be okay with it this time, but I think we should have a long memory on this.
Yeah, I appreciate that. We should, because we can't have this kind of thing going on very much. Right. Thank you. Any other questions or comments, discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries 5-0. Certainly, Mr. Smith, would you repeat the dollar amount?
The dollar amount from the motion was $241,810.
That is not what's on the agenda. That was in the letter from Mr. Dutton. Right. Okay. Thank you.
Hope I said that correctly the first time, but it's possible I did not.
I think you said
I heard it right.
Okay. Thank you.
Moving on to item M, as in Mary. So bid for arterial street repairs in certain streets. There are 3 bids. So at the March 30th workshop, council reviewed a preliminary street improvement plan for 2021. The months since the council workshop, staff has received concerns about 45th Street from Woodlawn to Rock. So thermal crack repairs to 45th were included with this bundle of work. The cost of these improvements will be paid out of the City Capital Improvement Fund from dollars set aside for street improvements. Staff reached out to 3 contractors and 2 submitted bids, and Stevens is here to explain the work and answer any questions.
So there's quite a bit of work here. Thermal crack repairs, getting rid of the big holes in the street that Mr. Elsoff has pointed out on numerous occasions, as well as many others, particularly on Oliver. This goes all the way from 37th Street to 53rd Street on Oliver, also on Woodlawn from 45th to 53rd. So this would be the portion that is not getting rehabilitated. And then 45th from Woodlawn to Rock. It also includes patch repair on Rock Road, where there's areas where the asphalt has sunken down, and cars, a lot of times I see cars struggle to maintain their straightness and they get pulled off to the side if they hit that divot just right. And then 53rd Street. 53rd Street is falling apart. And it's nothing that the contractors had anything to do with. There was a substandard road that was in place and we needed to get development done. So that project we're actually going to be talking about at the workshop next Tuesday. And so that's a portion of repairs that I do not intend to be performed with this work. So that will be pulled out of this contract. Our city staff is going to be going over there this week with some hot asphalt and our roller and trying to make repairs to that area as best they can. Depending on what comes out of the workshop next Tuesday and how we proceed is kind of how we're going to keep forward with that. But I don't see spending $37,000 to $46,000 on that road if we're just going to completely reconstruct it here by the end of the year, or at least get started on it. So that's something to consider. In reviewing both of these bids, they're kind of drastically different in quantities and in numbers in certain locations. So we started looking at the bids. I have started shifting some of my work off to city staff down at Public Works, and this is kind of the first time that they have put together a bid like this. We've typically said, hey, PP&J, come give us a bid for this work. They've give us a bid, we bring it to you, and then they go. But we have actually sent it out to 2 contractors. They did the same thing. Hey, give us a bid for thermal crack repair on this street and go. Well, the 2 contractors had different ideas of what was needed on the street. So we have different quantities, which results in a different bid amount. When I talked to Kansas Paving about possibly taking the price on the Oliver, they said yes, but, and pointed out their concerns with the different quantities. So they came back and they had given me a price. They would really appreciate the work. They didn't really want to do just part of it. They would rather do the whole thing. So they gave me a cost for doing the entire thing, which is included in the addendum to the packet that is on your desk. And it was $280,000 for everything. That does include 53rd Street. I just received this today. I called Kansas Paving and asked what it would be without 53rd Street. And unfortunately, Terry Hacker, one of the owners, was on the road at that time, so he was not able to give me a bid for that. So we will work to get that quantity pulled out if you choose to go ahead with Kansas Paving. PP&J is who we've used on all the other thermal crack work and repair work within the city. We've used Kansas Paving on many subdivision projects on roads. I would feel comfortable and confident with either contractor that they would get the work done.
So just want to clarify, you are requesting to pull out the 53rd Street patchwork from this proposal.
Correct.
Okay.
And we can certainly talk more about we will talk more about 53rd Street at the workshop next Tuesday.
Okay.
But Ty's considering a potential loan to do some street work, and one of the projects would be a complete reconstruction of 53rd Street from Woodlawn to Oliver. And therefore, in my mind, it does not make sense to be putting in $30,000 to $40,000 worth of work if we're just going to tear it out in the matter of a couple months.
And I appreciate that. That's, that doesn't make sense to patch it and then tear it up in a couple months. The other is, you said that they had a difference in numbers of amount of work, like on the thermal crack repair on 45th to 53rd, on Oliver, both sections. And there is a substantial difference there. Did they validate that the work will be adequate in both cases, or what's your opinion there that there are so much difference? And we're looking at almost.
Not knowing exactly what they chose to come up with, as far as, because I'm sure it's not just, they did not just include the thermal cracks. I'm sure they also included crack sealing. And so just kind of the variety of what constitutes a thermal crack, what constitutes crack sealing, just the differences in that could have made up different quantities. It's hard to really say without having yourself go out and personally measure everything up. I don't know who from each company measured it out. I don't know what they were thinking as they prepared the bid, but the quantity difference is kind of interesting. We did talk about that internally with the Public Works staff, Dave Leiker and Tim Aylmore. And they were both very comfortable with PP&J with their numbers. They were comfortable with Kansas Paving, that they would both give us a good cost. The big concern that the three of us shared was now the numbers are out. So Kansas Paving knows what PP&J bid. PP&J knows what Kansas Paving bid. So I'm not sure how, if we went back and rebid this at set quantities, number one, it's going to take time for us, or, if we choose the larger number or smaller number of the different quantities, I'm not sure what that's going to gain us in getting things done. The thing that we will do is we'll make sure that everything is done. If we need to run a change order to expand a quantity by 50 feet, 100 feet, we can certainly do that. But unfortunately, I do realize that it makes a very tough decision for council. And I'm kind of, and Ty and I discussed this a little bit earlier, I'm kind of at a loss for what to do. So I figured, we'll bring it, we'll present it. And if you guys have questions, suggestions, I'm happy to go forward. But I don't mind putting together a list of numbers and of quantities and having them both bid off the same thing. On one hand, I'm, happy to do that, but on the other hand, they already have their other numbers, so I'm not sure, kind of where we're gonna be. So I'm hoping that council, with their wisdom and kind of different experiences of mine, has some suggestions and guidance. But
Mr.
I
Mayor.
will say, moving forward, we're gonna have a list of quantities, so it's gonna be bidding apples to apples. So it's just kind of, this project is a little bit of an outlier.
So just looking at this proposal, the detail that you have in this report, the supplemental report, you have significantly different numbers for Kansas paving for Oliver, both sections of Oliver. And they're much closer to what PP&J.
When I asked them what if they would be willing to just do the thermal cracks, because as I'm adding this, I'm saying, well, Kansas paving was lower in both Oliver projects. So would you guys be willing to just do Oliver? And if so, would you be willing to honor the bid price shown here? Because that would save the city $40,000. Well, I mean, and I understand if you're just coming to do a small section versus a larger project, there's costs involved in that. And so I did give them the opportunity, and I was hoping for a smaller increase, but it didn't quite happen that way.
So this is an alternate bid as if they only did the Oliver project.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Just thanks for the clarification, because you also have another one here that's
For
from them
everything.
that's a revision from the prior bid.
Correct.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Smith.
So the way that I was looking at this, both companies submitted individual proposals that could be accepted for each individual line item.
That was the original intent. And then Kansas Paving wrote on their bid, all bids are tied, which means you cannot just pick and choose.
Okay.
So if we had had a third company bid and they wouldn't have wrote that on there, we could have picked between the two of them.
Correct. And I don't want to do that on development projects because everybody's working in the same area. And then you get this, well, I didn't do what they did. And you can't tell who's the difference. But with this, we're working in completely separate parts of town. So it's a little bit easier to kind of pick and choose what you want. But unfortunately, with that statement on Kansas Paving's bid, it makes it a little bit more difficult.
I want to ask you about the fourth item there. That is 45th Street between Woodlawn and Rock?
Yes.
And does that include tearing out all those patches that were made in the past that now are turning into potholes and repatching those?
Yes.
Okay, so I can understand why Kansas Paving would want 80,000 for it. I don't understand why PP&G thinks they could do it for 32. Because that's a lot of tear out and replacement. There's got to be at least 20 spots down through there that are 2 foot wide.
Correct. And like I said, the bid was very general when it was sent out. It was just a provide traffic control and fix the thermal cracks on this area. So it's very well possible that PP&J did not feel that those needed to be corrected. I can't speak to that with any certainty because I have not spoken with them directly.
That's why I'm asking, because that really isn't classified as a thermal crack, is it? I mean, what your picture on the bottom left is a thermal crack where it's just separated an inch or two.
Correct.
So I'm not sure PP&J has bid for the same amount of work, which leads me to wonder if we should just start all over. I know everybody's seen it, but I'm not sure we're comparing apples to apples is what I'm.
And yeah, and Mr. Welch, you have my concern. I'm just kind of, and I was this close to pulling it off, and then I'm like, well, let's take it to council and get their opinion and have them weigh in on this. Because I'm right there with you. I'm not.
It feels like there's several disparities here. It's not just one line item. It's several.
Right.
I mean, no one that's closest to Woodlawn 45th to 53rd. I think it behooves us to revisit this and make sure we're really getting apples to apples comparison. We're really getting the product we expect out of these companies. I think it'd be a big mistake to go in there and say, well, you're going to do all that and find out, well, no, we weren't taking care of those because I don't know, what do you call those when they ground those out in those 2-foot sections?
The thermal crack repairs.
Those are thermal
Those are
crack
the thermal,
repairs?
yes.
And if they come back and say, oh, we didn't plan on doing those because they were already done,
Mhm.
what, 4 or 5 years ago, whenever they were done. I think that'd be a horrible miscommunication on our part. That's just my suggestion, council.
Mr. Mayor?
What they think. Yes.
I guess my question is, when the companies bid these thermal crack repair jobs like this, how are they tracking which individual thermal cracks they're bidding and which ones they are not? How do they know this is the crack that I bid and this is not a thing that I bid? And how do they make sure that, how do we even make sure that they repair all of the things that they had bid us to repair?
That's a very good question, and I don't have the answer to that. I don't know how they develop their bids. But in talking to Dave and Tim, who have been observing these projects for the last several years, they have been very happy with PP&J. They've always done a very satisfactory job at taking care of everything and then some of what Dave and Tim were initially expecting.
So, Mr. Smith, I might be able to shed some light on it. And because the mayor and I have just recently been talking about this, we're experiencing growing pains, and we're doing stuff that we've never done before. We're spending $800,000 on street work. In years past, we spent $200,000. So what we would do in situations like this is Public Works would say, we're going to do this block. And they'd walk along with PP&J and said, okay, we need to fix this crack, this is what we're going to do. And then PP&J say, okay, that's 50,000. And then we would bring it to the council, and council say, okay, so there's just this walking of it. Well, Ann has put basically 4 or 5 miles here now with over almost $300,000 worth of work. And so, council likes to see bids. So basically she said, we need thermal crack repair, pothole repair on these. And so each company then went out and said, okay, well, I think we need to do this here and that here. It's going to take us this much, that much. And this is where the prices came in. It's interesting. They're fairly close in the end, which is interesting. But as the mayor said, you look at quantities and stuff and they don't add up. So if you really want to compare apples to apples, then what we have to do, and you've seen it on the state highway, I'm sure you drive along the highway and there's all these paint marks. So Ann or one of her staff will have to go out and paint mark whatever needs to be done, whether it's, square out a pothole or mark a thermal crack. And then Ann will have to determine, okay, so if we're going to do 47 thermal cracks and they're 1 foot wide by 6 inches, then we'll have to need this much material. So that then she would create a bid like the engineers do and say, we're going to do 57 thermal repairs. It's going to cost or take so many tons of asphalt or whatever. And then we get to the apples to apples. And so that's the struggle we're in is, there's that tipping point of, do we want to get to that? We can certainly do it and bid apples to apples, or we do what we've kind of done in the past, which I'm not saying is the best way at all to do it. But that's what our discussion was. Okay, in the end, they came out very close. But if you want us to really get apples to apples and you want to table this or ask us to rebid it, we'll do it. It's going to take Ann and her staff probably a couple, 3 weeks to go out and get all this done, come up with actual amounts that we'll need, and then we'll rebid it. So we'd be back in a month or 2 months with the information. And so I just want you to know if that's what you want us to do, we're happy to do it.
This is the process that we've done in the past where we've said, hey, Kansas Paving, hey, PP&J, go look at these streets, use your expertise to determine what needs to be done, and then give us that price. And then at the end, we expect a good result. We expect the street to not have thermal cracks and overall be really good.
Yep.
And that's worked out for us in the past, and we feel pretty confident in that approach. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. And you can say that's a lot of ifs, and you're right. And, is there a more accurate way to do it? You bet there is. If you want us to do it, we'll do it. If you feel comfortable the way we've been doing it, with this way, then we could start working on it in a couple weeks.
Mr.
Or they
Mayor.
could.
So
Mr. Schroeder.
the other way that to do it of spray, I mean, is that the way? Surely there's lots of people that spend significantly more amounts of money than this at a time doing thermal crack repairs. Do they go out and spray paint each crack? And is that how, and they do their own things, or are they doing it the way we've always done it? What's the normal way that people are going to spend, $500,000 or whatever on thermal crack repair?
The City of Wichita actually goes through and measures all the quantities up themselves. They have a full-time employee that this is pretty much what they do in preparation for projects. And unfortunately, since we're a small staff, we don't have somebody dedicated to that. So we're kind of trying to cobble together something the best we can and provide this the most we can for the city with a limited investment of time. And I think as Ty said, it's kind of growing pains. We're getting to the point where things need to start changing. We did have bids for 49th Street, a complete reconstruction, and we had driveways that were 1,000 square yards off. And I said, no, I can't bring this to council. So we're going back, and we also had a complete removal and replacement of curb and gutter, and that doesn't need to be replaced. And so this is where we're growing, we're learning, we're changing how we're doing things. So this project was kind of caught in the middle. It's close enough that I'm comfortable with it, but yet I also share the frustrations that it's not apples to apples. So it's kind of one of those growing pain situations.
My concern is that at the end of the day, are we going to be satisfied with the product that we get, regardless of which contractor we use? And I just don't want us to get into this dispute after the fact and find out, well, we didn't look at that, type of thing.
Very valid, I understand.
When they do the thermal cracks on Oliver, are they going to cut out a section and put in new asphalt, or are they going to do like they did up Rushwood, where like the city crew went through and filled it back in with a mastic or whatever it was they used?
Yeah, these are actually a bit larger than we can do with a mastic. So they will be cutting out, it's called a partial depth repair. They actually partially cut out, they mill about 3 inches out. So it's not a complete down to the ground surface. They mill out about 3 inches out. They'll go in with about 1 inch of asphalt, put in a geosynthetic fabric, and then come in with another 2 inches. And that is Wichita's prescribed method for thermal cracks. They do have a very detailed manual on how to do it, what is acceptable. And this process, both companies will be following that process.
Okay. Well, maybe PP&J is doing exactly what we want then.
Mr. Mayor,
Smith.
the PP&J quotes or proposals, the contracts they sent us, allow us to accept them individually, the way that I'm looking at it. And so if we're leaning towards PP&J, and we feel pretty good about the approach that we've taken in the past, but think that this is a really big list to bite off all at once, we could take an approach of picking 2 or 3 to sign off on now, make sure those go well, and then sign off on the rest of them to, right after the first set's done. I don't know.
And with that approach, I will say the Rock Road project, as well as 53rd, but that's off the agenda, does have a specific quantity associated with it that both contractors bid. They went out and marked out specific rectangles, measured them up, and that's what the contractors bid. So if you were going to pick one, I would really ask that you pick that one and go ahead with that project, especially since that road is going to be significantly used in light of the Woodlawn project and the forthcoming closure of that street. So I'd really like to get Rock Road done as soon as possible. These others, and Mr. Elsoff, you can speak. You've been driving Oliver quite a bit, as I'm sure other council members have, and I'm sure it's gotten worse, but it's probably not significantly worse that you can tell a difference between today and 2 weeks ago or 2 months ago, but they do need to be done, definitely.
I don't think Oliver's as bad as Woodlawn is. Woodlawn has deteriorated quite a bit in the last year, and it really needs to be taken care of before it gets any worse. And my preference, I don't know, I'd go ahead and make a motion to accept the bid from PP&J at a cost not to exceed 287. Well, we don't want 287. We want to subtract 53rd.
Yes.
So what's that make?
250.
250?
It's 250 and some change.
Do we want to just go with 250 or,
Not to exceed 251 maybe.
well,
Here, I'll quickly
it's
do the
going to
math.
be, it's going to be less than 250, but
Maybe I will. Takes a while to get to the right place on the phone.
are you there yet?
So it's 249,626 if I did the math right.
Do we want to just call it 250?
Well, you can say not to exceed 250.
Yeah, there might be some changes come through anyway. I will make a motion to accept the bid from PP&J at a cost not to exceed $250,000 for arterial street repair and authorize the mayor to sign.
Would you like to modify that motion to remove the 53rd Street patchwork?
Yes, removing the 53rd Street patchwork. Do I need to start all over?
And that's the city attorney. but she-
No, I think since it wasn't seconded, I think you're okay.
Okay, let's start over. Make a motion to accept the bid from PP&J at a cost not to exceed $250,000, removing the 53rd Street patchwork for arterial street repair and authorize the mayor to sign. I got it there, but I'm not sure how. good
I'll go ahead and
that
second.
was.
I think it's good.
I'll second.
I have a motion from Mr. Welch and a second from Mr. Smith to go with PP&J on this project and removing the 53rd Street patchwork.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Smith.
just a question for Ann. Would you have a preference or staff have a preference on approving the entire PP&J bucket versus a selection of the items from the PP&J bucket at this point?
No.
No
We
preference.
would like to see them all get done. So the sooner the better, but
Okay.
it's kind of council's comfort level with where we're at right now.
Right, and can you direct them to do Rock Road first before they start on the others?
Most definitely,
Since that's your preference and mine too,
yes.
to get Rock Road done
wanna-
before we do Woodlawn.
And we've got some discussions on Woodlawn later tonight, but yes, that does need to get done quickly.
Mr. Mayor.
Dr. Schroeder.
And going forward, you know, I kind of have this problem, growing pains. What's our plan the next time this kind of thing comes around? Have we thought through how we're going to do it again so we don't run into this again? I think you touched on it earlier. Just remind me again how we're going to think about this going forward.
Sure, going forward, we are gonna have a set quantity for all contractors to bid off of, so we're not gonna have these concerns in the future. It's one of those life lessons that you kind of do what you think is the best route, and then you learn better, so you do better, so.
Is there a possibility to include a video in the bid? Say drive down the road and then go back later and edit the video and mark this crack, this crack, this crack, rather than going out there and painting all of them?
We don't have that technology that I'm aware of. It can certainly be marked and then videoed, but I don't believe that we can go in
I was just
after
trying to
the
save
fact.
the marking
No, and-
or some way to mark it
And I
down the
appreciate
side.
that.
Because, you know, if we have to mark it, then our guys have to get out in the roadway.
That is correct. And that's the number one thing that has stopped us from performing repairs on arterial streets is the safety of our workers.
So a couple things just moving forward after you do this thermal crack is, I mean, in the residential areas, we did some slurry seal on some of these roads after we did the thermal crack. Is there a plan to do any of that kind of a thing on these arterials or?
Yes, there is.
Okay.
Staff is still researching other methods.
Mhm.
When talking with Kansas Paving about this project, they did talk to me about the thin lift overlay that they do. And I specifically asked about Rock Road. And they said that the tack coat, which is kind of the sticky glue, so to speak, was not put down. In their opinion, it was not put down properly or correctly or potentially at the correct rate that caused some of those areas to lift up. So they were very confident with that process. And that's something that Wichita has been using. My concern is still that's like 3/4 of an inch, and it's really hard to get any sort of patch material in that. So it's just not enough depth to do much with. But we are also looking into a product that Andale Construction has. It's called HA5. It is a sealant that goes over the streets, and it's about the same cost as a slurry seal, but it doesn't have the aggregate in it. So it's kind of like a coat of paint, but it's a very thick paint that would go down that would help protect the asphalt from deteriorating further. And we're still kind of learning more about that, and we'll have some recommendations for council. And I know council has also requested in the future to get kind of an asphalt expert in, like we did with the concrete, to come and talk about different repair methods. And I'm certainly interested in that too, because I'm kind of learning and trying to figure out what's best for city streets as well.
So then, I do know that in our March meeting, we talked about striping of the arterial roads as
Mr. Mayor,
well.
before we get too far off topic, I think we should call the vote.
Okay,
Those are workshop type questions you're asking.
all right, I appreciate that. I just want to try to understand the total totality of this project, what the plan was, but okay, we'll go on with the vote. Okay? Any other discussion related to this topic?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I have a few comments I'd like to weigh in on before the vote. First of all, I was happy to see this agenda item. I was happy to see the thermal cracks on Oliver, as you mentioned, and you did mention my name twice.
It stuck out in my mind.
I appreciate that, but I just didn't want the public to get the impression that I was superintending that in any way. I mean, last time I even talked to you about it was
It's 3 years ago.
right. So I certainly have brought it up in the past, but certainly not recently, not post COVID, probably. So anyway, I do appreciate that. We do just kind of as a council, we kind of collect all the things we want repaired and whatnot, and we certainly look to you to prioritize everything, and I don't think have undue influence on those priorities. So I just wanted to make that clear. So thank you. So yeah, the thermal cracks in Oliver looks good. And then as far as, I didn't really weigh in earlier on the discrepancy of the pricing between the two. I think it kind of comes out in the wash looking at all these items together as a block. Woodlawn between 45th and 53rd, definitely. All these things have got to get done. Rock, of course. Let's see. I did want to just caution about 53rd Street. So has anyone driven 53rd Street in the last couple of weeks? I mean, it's dangerous. If you stay between the yellow line and the white line and don't swerve to avoid things, you'll probably break your car at a minimum. So it's dangerous. It is an urgent thing for safety, I think. And obviously 53rd's been a thorn in our side. So we get that. I guess it was kind of news to me that we were considering, I just don't remember having 53rd Street being repaved as a thing coming up. So when do we think we're gonna, if we go forward with the whole redo, when would that start?
So yeah, you're correct. You have not mentioned that. It was something that Ted and I have been talking about because of a lot of things that are happening with finances, and cost savings and interest rates being what they are. We know that we can put 50,000 in 53rd Street, that section, probably for every year from now to eternity. It'll never be a great street. And so what has to be done is just has to be replaced. So I was talking with Ann. She's putting together some numbers, and Ted's putting some numbers together to present to you on some ideas of some street improvements that maybe we could take advantage of the low interest rates and the fact that we're saving money on the refinance of selling property, of doing away with special assessments, that we could divert some of that to actually improve some of our streets. And so we'll be bringing that to you next Tuesday with some ideas. And so that's why Ann said, well, maybe we should hold off if we're going to be doing that, because there is a potential, if it's something you're interested in, that we could actually start construction on that this fall. If that's a route you would want to go and are interested in doing some financing on that. And if that were the case, one thing we would probably talk about is the fact that maybe we close the road to through traffic until we can actually get, the street replaced because of all the issues you're talking about. So that's the only reason that Ann wants to take it off this meeting, so that we can have a more in-depth discussion next Tuesday about what our plan's going to be. And you may say at that point, let's go ahead and fix it and still plan on the replacement, but do it next summer or whatever. But I thought, instead of spending $50,000 tonight, let's wait a week and really talk through this.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate that. I guess just thinking on the fly on that, my number one concern about 53rd Street is school starting up. So August 12th is first day of school. So if we leave 53rd Street open, I'm definitely concerned that even spending that $37,000, might be worth it because it's so bad. And school is the main consideration in my mind. If we were looking to delay over the course of the summer or something, I don't know. I guess if we're not going to spend that money, I would definitely be in favor of closing down 53rd Street, because I think it's just too dangerous to open up the beginning of school without it being at least that money spent to fix the current potholes and stuff, because it's that bad. So I don't know. I would assume most of the council would probably favor doing 53rd Street. If we're going to not spend that money here for the patch and go for the whole overhaul, I certainly am supportive of that. I think we should go do that if we have the budget cushion to be able to do that. So those things you gave as reasons are good to me. I don't know. I guess as far as closing down the road, when would we do that?
If we weren't going to spend the patching, we'd probably do it right away, because there are construction trucks that are continuing to use that, and it's just going to keep getting torn up as they use it. And that's where, again, like Ann said, it was put in over 10 years ago, and basically all they did was, it was a gravel road, and they just leveled it out and put asphalt over it, and they were asphalt millings. And then they graded that out. So it was really just there to get a hard surface for cars. It wasn't intended for the buses, because at that point, Isley or Northeast Magnet wasn't there yet, and nor was any of the construction along there. So just the wear and tear of cars, was going to deteriorate it. But then when you add all this construction equipment, it's just making it go a lot faster.
Yeah.
So that's why I think we'd probably, if the plan was to maybe get some reconstruction started this fall, early winter, then we'd probably just go ahead and close it to through traffic right away. Allow the trucks to keep going in there and tearing it up. I mean, they're the only ones driving on it other than people that live there. And of course, like you said, you'd have to drive very carefully and slowly. But again, we can talk more in depth next Tuesday. And you may say, let's go ahead and spend some money to do that while we're waiting. And that's okay.
Yeah, I think that's definitely an urgent thing we have to decide on. And I know that.
Okay, I'm going to interrupt again because we're 10, 15 minutes since I last asked for a vote.
I'm
And
sorry.
we either need to vote on it or rescind the motion and put a new motion in to include the patchwork. We need to quit talking about what we're going to do to 53rd Street 6 months from now.
I'm sorry. I'm going to have to ask for a point of order for any comments or interruptions to be addressed through the mayor, and then the mayor to grant the floor. I understand that we're running out of time and it's kind of a tense, discussion, but let's keep the order as in, If you have a comment, say, Mr. Mayor, wait for him to respond. And then when you have the floor, make your statement. So if we can do that, I think it'll help move things along.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so obviously closing 53rd Street itself, I mean, that's gonna trigger all kinds of email and phone calls to the city about that, because I mean, everyone driving their kids up that route, my wife included, will not like 53rd Street being closed, because that's our route to drop off our kids. But it's a safety issue to me at this point. And so, yeah, if we think we can get that done this fall, then I'm in favor of closing it. But if that's not going to happen as soon as we need to, then we need to spend that money and patch it. So,
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Smith.
And did you reference that there might be a temporary option where staff was looking at some hot asphalt repairs on 53rd earlier in our discussion?
Yes, the staff is actually going to be out there this week, in the next couple of days, depending on, I think the weather is conducive for it. But they will be putting some hot asphalt down and rolling it in and patching that area to the best they can. They did share concerns about the safety of the road. We had discussed the other sections of 53rd that we have done was kept open until it was redone. And so that's kind of where Ty and I had discussed leaving it open for now, at least until we have a discussion next Tuesday.
All right, very good. Thank you. A lot of good discussion. We have a motion on the floor. Any other pertinent thing we need to say about this before we call vote? Hearing none, I'll call vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries 5-0. Item N is consideration of approving change order number 2 for Woodlawn, 37th to 45th, and is consists of a deduction, directional drilling that will no longer be used, and an increase of $92,825 related to open cutting utility lines across Woodlawn. This adds to the net additional cost of $52,324. The contractor is also asking for an additional 30 working days to complete the work, as open cutting takes longer than directional drilling. The additional costs associated with this change order will be included in the contract cost for the Woodlawn utility relocations. Ann's here to explain work in detail and answer questions.
So more Woodlawn fun. There's 3 crossings across Woodlawn that were originally planned in this project. One at Danbury, one at Odessa, and one at Perryton. These were originally planned to be directionally drilled across the street so we could keep the street open to traffic. Unfortunately, with the ground conditions that the contractor encountered and the need for a bore pit, it's just, we can't do it. The ground, they've tried to directional drill other locations along Woodlawn, and the ground is just so moist and saturated, it just kind of collapses in. With directional drilling, they go through and they push a hole through, and then they slide the pipe through. So if that hole doesn't stay open, they can't get their pipe through. So that's the struggle that we're encountering here. We've had several discussions with the project team, which would be myself, city representative, Dakota with Garver. We've had representatives from Donlinger as well as MKEC as a design engineer. And we're all kind of in agreement that, yeah, we can't directionally drill this. We've talked about this, pulling these 3 crossings out of this project and putting them with the KDOT project. However, I really don't want to delay that project. I don't want to put any more changes on that project. We need to keep it where it is and move forward. So that's why we have come before you with a change order tonight to keep this project moving forward, keep the reconstruction project moving forward, and get the whole thing done. There's just no way that we can get even halfway across the street we can keep 1 lane of traffic open while we put in pipe halfway across the street and then switch it over. It's just the ground conditions are such that we just can't run that risk of something collapsing and the street falling over. So this would mean the closure of Woodlawn. I did ask Donlinger to put together a rough traffic control plan, And because Woodlawn Court is right in the middle of the three, they have no other way in and out. So the plan is to do the two south of Woodlawn and then the one north of Woodlawn as separate pieces. So Woodlawn Court will always have access either to the north or to the south. They do have the traffic control plan that KDOT requires that would include a mile-long detour. We will post information on our social media pages. We'll get information out to residents, and especially those directly affected on Woodlawn Court, and help them. There will be notice signs, those big flashing boards, that electronic message boards is what I'm trying to say, to help people. Those will be a week in advance to help people understand that you're going to be closed, so you got to go a different way. So just trying to do is what we can to help this project move forward, to help the public still get to where they want to go with the minimum disruption necessary.
So what kind of time frame are you looking at closing Woodlawn to do this?
The Woodlawn, they had 30 working days in there. The traffic control plan stated phase one would be 20 working days, which would include those two the two southern crossings, and then the north one would take about 10 working days,
So start and finish dates.
about 30.
But do you have a start date you would do this if we approve this tonight?
I don't believe, Dakota, did they have?
They don't have a specific start date because this whole thing was hinging on this decision of the change order. But we have a progress meeting tomorrow. So I already have a draft email of either option the council decides to go on to start that communication immediately. Like Ann said, there's a lot of people impacted. No one likes Woodlawn being closed. The street no one felt too safe leaving one lane going with the soil conditions and how short the road is there, that cave-in's possibly happening. I do know they're still working out there this week, and then we have a progress meeting from there. I'm hoping as soon as possible. So obviously, we don't want this to impact the letting date of the KDOT project either at the same time. You guys got a lot of things going on, and we're fully aware of that as well. And Dollinger is too. So
I'll also say we're going to give the public at least a week's notice. We've got a week lead time of those message boards. So if it gets approved tonight, it will not be before next Tuesday. They would get the message boards up, I would assume either Wednesday or Thursday, assuming it fits into their schedule, and then follow about a week later.
yeah, because we like Ann said, we've got the tenants themselves, one-way access, deliveries, mail trucks, trash, fire station, school. There's a lot of people in contact. So we told them at least a week just to get that message out, social media. Every avenue possible.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Smith?
30 days seems like a really long time to have Woodlawn closed. I think I'm understanding to run some pipe across. Is there a way to do it faster? Have more people working on it? Or I guess, did we entertain options to I'm just wondering if there are options to not have it take 30 days.
Unfortunately, the construction process is what it is. Donlinger is going to try to put 2 crews on at least the first section of it, which would hopefully shorten that, but it depends on their availability too. We can certainly ask them tomorrow if this is delayed by a month, would it give you the ability to give 2 crews to get on this project? We're working with their schedule as well as the city's schedule. And I do understand 30 days is an awful lot of time,
Yeah.
but there's.
Or with this being such a small scope, should we entertain, is there another company that has a contracting crew that could do it faster even?
Well, that, plus you got school opening, 15th of August, or is it the 9th? I don't know, because I don't have kids
You
at
said
school. But
The 12th.
August 12th.
August 12th?
So right in the
So,
middle.
Okay, so it's
It's
right on
coming.
top of us. So
Yeah.
I'm very concerned about this being closed when school opens.
And like Ann said, we can't dictate their means and methods by any means, but we can express concerns. They're all legitimate concerns. I did talk to him. Seeing it from a contractor's perspective, they're going to ask for days that makes them feel comfortable get the work done, of course. But he did say to me, if he gets 2 crews out there, it's going to be a lot faster than 30 working days. but he can't guarantee his 2 crews right now. And also, we didn't know if the change would be approved at the same time.
Would those crews be working like an early shift and a second and later shift, or would they be working together at the
I
same
would
time?
imagine this scenario, I don't want to speak for them, sorry. Don't want to speak for them, but in this scenario, if they had 2 crews in the phase 1, which would be Odessa and Perrington, they'd have 1 crew on one line, the other crew on the other line, do them
Oh, okay.
simultaneously. And then do the asphalt patch, that's another positive. We're not putting concrete back, we're just doing asphalt, so it's a quicker patch. And then probably just 1 crew on the Danbury when they do the second phase, just for proximities to many people.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you.
Is this the only time, can you remind me, is this the only time during the project where Woodlawn is expected to be fully closed?
This is the only time during the utility project where it is expected to be fully closed. It's getting late, I'm sorry. I believe there is a time during the street reconstruction that it will be fully closed as well. But I didn't look at those plans before I came, so I can't completely remember.
Yeah, I guess my feedback would be I'd like to see it done in more like a week's time, even if it costs a little bit more.
It's not
to
gonna
have
happen
more
in a
people do
week's
that.
time. I would love to see that too, but
It
it's
seems
just,
like that
unfortunately,
should
it's
be possible.
Yeah, it's not gonna be.
Do that.
Any other discussion? If none, I'll hear a motion, entertain a motion.
Well, I don't think we have any choice. So I'll make a motion to approve the change order number 2 for the Woodlawn 37th to 45th Utility Relocation Project, authorized to the mayor to sign, and ask Ann to get out there with a cattle prod and keep them going.
I'm gonna
I'll
throw the cattle
second
prod
that.
to Dakota.
Did we have a second?
Yeah, I second it.
Thank you. A motion from Mr. Welch and a second from Mr. Smith. Any other discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries 5-0. Item O. So part of our sewer funds for 2021 included rehabbing the Rock Road lift station. Staff has reached out to 2 contractors requesting bids for cleaning and installing a protective liner in the wet well of the Rock Road lift station. The cost of these improvements will be paid out of the lift station operations line item in the sanitary sewer budget. So Ann is here to explain the work and answer questions.
So right now, the Rock Road lift station has just a bare concrete wall. And in order to protect that lift station from deterioration due to sewer gases, we're requesting to be able to line the lift station. This is the last lift station to be lined. All the others have been lined previously. So the coatings are slightly different between both UMC and Mayor. We have both coatings in our city on different lift stations, and we're very comfortable and pleased with both products. We don't really have a preference on which one.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Schroeder, Dr. Schroeder.
I'll make a motion to accept the bid from Mayor at the cost not to exceed $26,480 for cleaning installation of a protective liner in the wet well of the Rock Road Sanitary Sewer Lift Station and authorize the mayor to sign.
Second.
Motion by Dr. Schroeder and a second by Mr. Elsoff. Any other discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries 5-0. Item P. So this is the continuation of the city's effort to rehabilitate sewer lines in older neighborhoods. Staff reached out to 3 contractors requesting bids for cured in place pipe in Pearson's addition. Only 2 of the contractors responded. Additional costs will be incurred for any protruding tap removals and if any point repairs are necessary. The cost of these improvements will be paid out of the sewer system improvements line item in the sanitary sewer budget. So Ann is here to explain the work and answer questions.
So 2 years ago, we had requested bids for the first set of cured in place pipe. And what this does, it's basically, if you've ever had a cast on arm or leg, it's kind of a similar thing. It's a resin impregnated fabric that is pushed into the pipe, and it kind of unfurls into the pipe. It is cured with steam, and it produces a very hard layer around the inside of the pipe. So the contractor will come through and video all of the pipes and clean them very thoroughly. They'll see if there's any protruding taps. So if we've got a sewer pipe and somebody's service got too far into the line or fell in, they'll remove those because you can't line past those. They will also take a look to see if there are any areas that the contractor doesn't believe they can line through. With clay tile pipes, there's oftentimes that those get broken and pieces get actually washed down the sewer line through the pumps, et cetera. And the liner can bridge certain gaps, but not others. And we're not experts in determining which gaps can be bridged and which cannot. So that's where this extra point repair comes in. We had 4 or 5 with the last repair project that we did in 2019. And I would anticipate there's going to be at least one with this. I don't know where, kind of how many, but I'm sure there's going to be at least a point repair to consider. And we had several protruding taps that needed to repair at the last process, or the last in 2019. So this project is actually very good. We eliminate a lot of the infiltration coming in. Tree roots will grow into the sanitary sewer and start breaking up those clay tile pipes. And so this just it gives us a hard, solid surface to prevent those tree roots from intruding. And it actually gives us some more reliable sanitary sewer and less backups.
How long do you estimate this will take?
I believe that this is a little bit bigger project than the last one. I think the last one took about a month or 2, a little bit longer for the actual lining process. So I would probably say somewhere in the neighborhood of 60 days.
Can it be done in the winter?
I can't
Looks like a
remember.
no.
I can't. I'm just trying to think. I know the last one was done in the summer, and they had an air conditioned truck that they brought the resin in, or the resin impregnated pipe. That cannot get frozen because if you can't invert it into the pipes. So it depends on the winter. I mean, if we've got negative temperatures again this year, they would not be able to, but probably 30s and 40s, they may. I'm not
It's a pretty
entirely sure.
temperature and sensitive resin then, which something we see in composites, I think.
Right, it's somewhat temperature sensitive.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Any other questions or
Well,
questions?
I guess I have one.
Sure.
Okay, you've just called it Pearson's. Now, Pearson's has some strange line, some strange, it's changed over the years, let's just put it that way, kind of thing. So is it going to be all of Pearson's, some of Pearson's?
It'll be select lines and Pearsons, and they're actually denoted up on the screen in the dark blue with the thicker lines. Those will be the lines that will be handled during this project.
Have the others already been done, or are they a future?
There's been quite a few that were done in the previous project. I don't know that this completes the Pearson's edition, but it gets us pretty close.
If you've got all the lines identified, it looks like it's complete, but that's an if. If there's not any other questions or concerns, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Elsaw.
I motion to accept the bid from In Situ Form at a cost not to exceed $286,551.50 for the cure-in-place pipelining for sewer lines in Pearson's addition and authorize the mayor to sign.
I'll second.
Motion by Mr. Elsoff and a second by Mr. Smith. Any other discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries 5-0. So item 12, executive session. Was there a need for an executive session?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to request an executive session.
Do you want to make a motion for that?
Yes, sir. I'd like to make a motion to go into executive session for the sole purpose of discussing the subject of attorney-client consultation about existing contractual obligations pursuant to the KSA 75-4319, exception for attorney-client privilege. Invite the city manager and the city attorney. The meeting will be for a period of 30 minutes. And the open meeting will resume city council chambers at 10:21 p.m.
Motion for executive session for 30 minutes. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
That Dr. Schroeder? Thank you.
Are you confident we'll need the full 30 minutes?
Yeah, I'm confident we'll need a full 30 minutes.
Motion by Mr. Elsoff and a second by Dr. Schroeder. Any discussion or go for a vote? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries 5-0. We're executive session for 30 minutes. I'm going to call the meeting back into order. We held an executive session. No binding action was taken. And we'll move on to your motions.
Mr. Mayor, I motion to go into executive session for the sole purpose of discussing the subject of attorney-client privilege, attorney-client consultation about existing contractual obligations, extending our previous council meeting, or our council session, council executive session, another 25 minutes. So the meeting would be for a period of 25 minutes and resume at 10:47 p.m.
So a motion by Mr. Elsoff, a second by Mr. Smith. Call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Executive session for another 25 minutes. Okay, I'll call the meeting back to order. We held an executive session. No binding action was taken. Ready to move on to discussions and future issues. So our regular scheduled workshop is for July is the 13th at 6:30 PM. So topics to be discussed include the 2022 budget, CCUA, and ARPA funds. And there's some road issue also, 53rd Street issues you want to add to that. Any other issues we want to add to that?
Mr. Mayor, I won't be here on that date.
Okay. Is there a better date we can make for this?
I also won't be here, so I'm out that whole week. I know Councilman Elshoff was gone that last half of July as well, so there's maybe this is going to get complicated, but remind me again, Councilman Elshoff, you're going on the 15th?
Right.
To the end of the month.
So we need to do it before the 15th or you're going to be out. Is that what you're saying? Okay. Is the 14th a workable night for others?
Next week is out.
Yeah, I'm out the whole week next week.
Wow. Can we do it this week?
I can call in.
It's
It's just such a
This
frustration.
week, but I don't know if that provides adequate time for.
That would make it really tough for
Saturday the 10th?
staff preparation.
What's the main topic
Yeah,
of discussion? The 53rd
Thursday
Street?
would be tight.
Saturday.
I'm sorry, what did you say, Mr. Elson?
Refresh my memory. What was the topics?
Okay, so the 2022 budget, CCUA, the ARPA funds, which is not urgent one, but in 53rd Street, which is pretty urgent.
Yeah.
Okay, so
That's actually going to be a really long agenda, I think,
that is,
for us.
I think so too.
Yeah, the AARP funds is not, it's part of the budget and street discussion. So it's going to play in. So it's not going to be it's not a issue in its of itself. We're going to talk about how
So it's all part of the.
we're going to talk about
Okay,
how our proposal used that
Okay.
in the
all right.
budget.
We're.
Probably 3 hours though.
Yeah, so I'm thinking, we're looking at 3 hours and 2 are definitely out all next week and 1's out after the 15th until the end of the month, right? All right, so is there a possibility of doing it this week? And does that give you enough time to get things together?
We could have it by Friday or Saturday. Thursday is going to be tight.
And I actually leave Thursday night, so it wouldn't help me. I leave Thursday night for my thing.
The 8th?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's not anything to help you on that, okay.
No, and Ty, we haven't improved our calling in ability in any way lately, have we?
Yeah, I mean, we could do a Zoom here.
Yeah, it's just not
Um,
very good still, right?
We could.
It is
probably
what it
put
always
on
is.
the
It is.
Screen.
I am available to call in. It's just the discussion's junky when you're
Yeah.
delayed and all that.
Unless everyone's on Zoom.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then everybody's delayed.
And it balances out, yeah.
I would suggest the last week, but I think Councilman Elshoff said he's going to be gone the rest of July. So
Yeah.
I don't know.
You want to shoot for Friday or Saturday?
That still loses Joel.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, I think you should I guess we'll just pick a date that one of us is going to be gone. And that's the best we're going to be able to do and
Get you
decide
on
on which
Zoom if
date
you
is
can.
that.
Try to get you in on Zoom. if
And
you can.
yeah, and
The most people are going to be here.
Well, if we wait till next week, we've got 2 people out, 3 people out next week. So that's, well, 2 people out all week, 1 person out come the 15th. So the latter part next week is 3 people out. What do you want to do?
With it being a long agenda, I actually kind of like the idea of doing it on a Saturday.
You want to try for Saturday?
Yeah, I think that seems to work best for everybody as far as you probably don't want to wait too long and I'll be the only one that's missing.
What time on Saturday morning, afternoon? What do you think? I mean, my Saturday right now has nothing on the calendar.
I prefer the morning.
We can start the
Saturday.
morning and have some donuts and coffee.
What time?
About
9?
9, yeah. It's,
Okay, so Saturday the 10th at 9 a.m.
Oh, I just noticed, Mayor, the SCAC meeting.
That's not this Saturday.
That's the
That's the
next one.
17th.
Perfect. Okay, we're
Right.
good.
This is the 10th. But thank you for pointing it out because.
Good.
Could have been
Might have been-
could have
We're
been a
good.
conflict.
Okay.
Okay. Everybody okay with that? And Joel, come in on Zoom if you can. Okay. I know that's prime fishing time, right?
Yeah, I probably won't zoom in Saturday morning. Well, I'm sure stuff will be going on. So
Yeah. Okay. All right. Very good. Any other issues to discuss? I hope not. All right. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Mr. Mayor, a motion we adjourn.
Mr. Elson.
second.
And second by Dr. Schroeder. Any discussion? Hope not. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. We are adjourned. Have a great evening, and we'll see all of you who can